the laser dust above. Slow down to 350.
Copy. All right, everyone, big up, capital G, capital O, capital D, and I do mean capital. Thank you for waking me up today, blessing me with all the resources and my family and your love, dear Lord. Big up to wifey and kids. Rotation, big up to you guys. My boy Toby in the house, man. Good to see you, my G. We are here in DCS, about to debut on the channel the C-130J, the payware mod, of course, which I've had for some months now, and as of recent have been making sure that I train on it just enough to get where we can be blind together. So, Doc, man, what's up? What is up? And we may be joining like the Rotorhead server or something here at first, but at first, and I'm glad you're here, Doc, so you can, I was hoping you would show up. Who knows, maybe I'll start up my Discord. Doc, are you on Discord? Just in the chance that I need some help with it or something he knows, because he does know about it. Doc is a mad dog, along with Toby. Flies with the dogs. So, all right, guys, without further ado, let us get it started here. So we'll just get rid of that graphic. And basically, this is a mission that the Mad Dogs have flown. I have several things in this mission going on here, but I always use this mission to train on something because it's got enough target areas, it's got enemies, it's got areas I can fly to that are safe. Right, Doc? Right? So, yeah, so after I finish this portion of it, Doc, then perhaps switching over maybe to a co-op server. I'll jump on Discord, and maybe I'll jump on a co-op server or a server that you have in mind if you're on Discord, my G, and then we can get it done. In the meantime, we're not going to get too involved with this. It's, like I said, this is a mission that I made some time ago. So let's get right into it. Hope everybody's having a great Monday. Off to a good start. Big salute to everybody here on Monday. All right. So I didn't even want the mission to start at all. I want everything super fresh. You know what I mean? All right. So we will go ahead. These, of course, are all the various aircraft that I have in here. None of these are dynamic, which the dynamic spawn thing is awesome. So I really got to start incorporating that into the missions so that you don't have to worry so much about all of these pre-planned aircraft in here that are already taking up space. So C-130J, we're going to rock this one. We're taking off from ground. Now this aircraft is like the tankers. Even though you try to put it at a base, if it's not fit for that base and you put takeoff from ramp, it will go somewhere else, which is the case here. And I just left it there, but I did switch it to takeoff from ground because we're going to have some cargo behind us that we're going to load up on the first run, just for something really simple. Nothing too major. What up, D Champ? All right, so this is actually the mission write-up. These are the waypoints that we could fly to, and of course we're going to see that in there as well. So let's go ahead and get this bad boy started. All right, make sure everything's done. First thing I like to do is jump out and turn off the bottom stuff, so we've got nice clear view of the bird. We have our tanker starting up. Let's get in the F11 view here. That's that tanker you hear starting up, so it's about to get loud here. It's this guy starting up over here, so he's loud. And this is the bird right here, my G's. This is the bird. All right, let's go ahead and get in because it is going to be loud out there. And let us, of course, get that music stopped. It's time to go to work. So, guys, welcome on this channel. I know it's been on other channels to the C-130J payware mod. Cold and Dark, as you can see, it comes with pilots. Because they don't necessarily match my skin color, we are going to get rid of them because that is definitely not representative of me. So those, and I wish they would have options for that. You know, it'd be nice to have options to have the pilots reflect what you look like. But you can do whatever. It just speeds up the process a bit. Roger that. He says I start with external power. Roger. And I haven't even done that. Practice. What's up, fam Bamaroni? Good to see you, my G. All right, so we are going to do an APU start. We got plenty of fuel on here, and we're just going to do about a 100-mile ride for the first one. But we may do some patterns and some maneuvers just to check out the maneuverability of this aircraft and things to do and things not to do that I've learned so far. So, first and foremost, I'm running the Boeing Yoke, in which I forgot to totally, hopefully this thing doesn't glitch out on me because sometimes this thing has a glitch to it, so we'll see. But anyway, I'm using the Honeycomb yoke. As you can see, the aircraft uses a yoke. And then you can see there are actually 4 throttles, but binded to 2 separate handles. So I got the 1, 2, 3, 4. And I've binded several different keys to this thing, which you guys may want to do too. So let's get started. Now I'm going to do the flows, and then we're going to talk about the checklist. As I do my flow, before we get to the checklist, then I will simply stop and reaffirm what I'm doing. Flies like a dream, man. Yes, they did. I agree, Doc. I agree. Okay, so first of all, let's orientate ourselves with the cockpit. This is obviously going to be the captain's side, of course. And you could get around the cabin by simply choosing the numbers like you would in any other aircraft that you have multiple view spots. So this is 2 spot. This is the 3 spot by default, which is your load master. And then 4 doesn't have a spot. 5, here you go. 5's back here at the Loadmaster station. This is still going to, I guess, be developed. But if you look, it's right at the door where the crew would enter the aircraft if the back ramp wasn't open, of course, which it is currently not. Then, of course, you can also bind these on your buttons as well. I took all of my POV stuff and binded it here. Now, one thing to note, when you go into the Loadmaster position, when you're in DCS, in order to make sure if you want the bindings to be correct, the Loadmaster position actually is from a different sub-menu under the C-130J, so you're going to want to also bind the numbers there, and you'll see what I'm talking about, because if you just do the numbers from the cockpit, that's on the master C-130J list, which is where you're doing all of most of your binding. But there is a Loadmaster screen drop down to the C-130J, so you're going to want to know that. And then also the A, D, S, and W buttons will move the Loadmaster around if you got track IR or do that. And it is important you know where your Loadmaster's at, because when you load cargo on, he can get hurt. Because he can also bear a weapon, M4 from the back here. So they did a great job with it. So let's go back up front. And now, if you want to automatically get to your checklist or the flight tablet, there's a few ways. You can come click over here. Let's see, I guess it's not there yet, but the other day I clicked and it just came up. It's not going to do it now, so let's do Control C. And let's see if it comes up over here now after one Control C. Tracking progress, Persian Gulf. Okay, cool. I don't know what I'm just doing, but the tablet did pop up there, but it's not popping up there now, so we'll figure that out. So this is the tablet that does several things. First thing you're going to want to do is make sure this drop down, which is the realism, is down on action. Of course, you can go to MilSim, then there's a whole bunch of other stuff you do, but even on the action one, just to get into a mission, and pretty much it's very highly detailed, you're going to want to use this. It automatically starts out on the checklist tab. Then you have nav, you've got cargo, which we'll be doing a lot with this. You've got the log, which keeps a log of certain actions that have happened in here during this flight. I don't know what the media is. Obviously, there's the manual, lots of fun, and then settings. Okay, so we'll go back to the checklist, and then under each of the settings, you have different tabs here. So we don't need to worry about ASC, but this is the actual tab here will encompass all of your checklists for the different stages of flight. And then, of course, you have stuff over here. All of it I haven't messed with, but this has to do with the speed, so I don't mess with any of that. And we can get right into it. Yeah, he can die too, right? Spinny things are not good for the oh, you silly doc. So anyway, this is the checklist here, guys. And so we're going to go through it, but I'm going to do my flow first, and then we'll go back and check it, because and that's how pilots really do it. They do their flows, then they do the checklist. Okay. Media's internet radio. You can add your own music too. Log has achievements as well, mostly miles. Okay, roger that. My G. And is that aggregated? Meaning, is it comprehensive, or is it every time you load in, or does it keep the log from all flights you've done with C-130C? We've got our subject matter expert doc here on board. So, matter of fact, let us do something quick. We're going to start Discord up. So let me put you guys here in the Be Right Back screen really quick. Let me check a few items out here, and let's get that going, and then I'll get Discord going, and we'll keep going, my G's. So I'm still here, everything is on, but I'll just be right back with you so I can start Discord, because I think it's going to be valuable that we have access to Doc, so we can talk to him. All right. Okay, I've got Discord up, and I'm in the channel. So if he joins, we'll be able to see. Oh, and he's there.
What up?
Hey, what's up, big dog?
Oh, just chilling.
Well, welcome to the stream, my G. So yeah, I figured I'll just have you on here while we run to this, that you can add your comments in as you see fit.
Alrighty.
All right. Hey, what up, Proctus? Good to see you, my G.
Yeah, I just left a comment. I was like, I don't know what an Army brother be doing in the cockpit. He must be lost. He should be sitting in the back.
Facts, but hey, you know, we're being all we can be, Practice. We're from the old slogan, so I'm being all I can be, my G. All right, so you guys are in the stream. I got to push the talk, so I'll be talking to the chat. But if you guys see anything about the aircraft, you want to interject, feel free to do so and stop me, okay? All right, so music back off. Here we go. Now we got the boys in chat, so we're cooking with Crisco, guys. All right, so let's go ahead and all flights, I noticed mine would reset if there was an update, but not my cargo. Okay, roger that, Doc. So he's saying that log here in here, this log piece here is what Doc is talking about. So check the comments, and that's exactly what we're referring to at this point. Okay, so it's time for some flows. So let's get rid of that. So the first thing we're going to want to do is do oil coolers. Now, we're going to look up top, and the cockpit is very dark. What I notice about this, when I try to do my left or down, it doesn't do it. It's closed. So I actually had to bind some keys to these oil cooler flaps. So first stage of business, the oil cooler flaps all need to be set into the auto position, which I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong item here. Let's get back to the oil cooler. Okay, they need to be set to the open position. So let's do that now. And actually open correction to the automatic. See this bar down here says automatic. So I had to bind 4 buttons in order for those to work. Now here's the next thing that we need to do is our electrical. We need to go ahead and turn the generators on. So the flap portion as it's down is going to be there. Hang on, let me...
If you click on the numbers on the oil cooler, it will put into the center mode.
Okay, so Doc is saying, so let's go back. We'll push it up, and he's saying click on the numbers. Boom, and it'll do it without binding it. Thank you, Doc. So...
Yeah, that was a big pain in the ass for me.
Yeah, roger that. Yeah, because I kept clicking it, but there you go. And I just ended up binding it. So everyone that's doing this portion, just know that what Doc's saying, you're going to click here, which you think, oh, this is how the rest of the switches work, but not this one. You got to come down to the number and click it down, and it'll put it in there. Generators is the normal 2-way toggle. Right after that, guys, since we're already up here, there's a battery test that we could run. I never do. It's a simulator world. We're just going to assume that we did some of this stuff because it's not a real aircraft, so we already know it functions. But in the real world, you would, of course, do all of the tests. So now we're going to power our battery up. Now, we're powering our battery up. You see you got 24.1 volts here, okay? What I have noticed about the next step, which is going to absolutely be the APU start, since we're starting from an APU and not electrical, is that you need to let it wait a minute, because if you come and try to, like I'll do it here in a second, I'll try to put the APU on, it's not going to come on right away. So while the battery's on, so we don't drain it, I'm not going to turn on any of the lights, but let's try to start the APU. So we're going to get it into the run position. 3, 2, 1. We're going to hold, and there's going to be nothing, right? So then I'm going to turn the APU off, and I'm going to turn it back to the run. And there you go. That when you hear that audible noise and an alert such as that, you're good to go. It said run, right click and hold until you see those lines. And this light turned green. That means the APU is starting up. Okay, here is the exhaust gas temperatures here. And this is the RPM. It will top out at 101. In the meantime, we can shut this alarm off here. Left click. So we're going to wait for the APU to top out at 101. There's the APU at 101. So now we have good APU power as far as the APU being on. Now we need to connect the APU generator so that it will provide this power. So way up here, right under your generators, because you're on the electrical panel, here's the APU. It's either left for external power or right APU. We're going to go right to the APU, and you notice right away the volts jump up to 27.7. And we have power. You've got flight deck fans, the whole jazz going on. So we are, in fact, doing really well. Now, for all commercial pilots, you guys will kind of know the next step is to kind of align the aircraft once you get the APU power on. But we must also think about our lights outside to let people know there is stuff on the aircraft right now. So we are going to put our navigation lights to steady, and that will alert people that the aircraft is in fact live especially on the inside. The red beacon will indicate an engine or a propeller or some type of thrust mechanism on the outside of the aircraft, or the aircraft being pushed back is getting ready to happen, so we're not going to do that just yet. Now, in this aircraft, the FMC or CDU is referred to as the CNI, and this is it. So that's Charlie November India, and let's see if I can get a better bite here so you guys can really see it. Alright, so here it is. Let me see if I can, if track IR is going to be a pain in the butt today. Okay, we redid it again. Sometimes it likes that. Let's go way back here and look. I do not like the position of it, but it is what it is. And I normally don't have this problem, but it's usually when I start my track IR. Yes, this is a good one. It's about as good as it's going to get. Okay, right here. This is, and you guys can zoom on YouTube, so if you need to, zoom it in. First and foremost, before you do anything and start messing with it, it aligns by itself, so you'll want to make sure that this data block is filled in with the latitude and the longitude, which it currently is. So now we can come over here to Master AV, and Auto Nav can come on. If this GPS position isn't aligned, you will not get Auto Nav. And essentially by doing these two things, we are going to prepare our primary flight display to have the correct information in here once that is good to go. Now, I'm going to be doing my flows, so I'm going to skip around and do stuff that you guys would do it in a different order on the checklist, but we're going to do it because we're down here. Now, this aircraft requires that you always fly with the trim tabs selected. So you're going to do one right click, so that goes to the north. Not to mention, we're down by the countermeasures area, so we are going to go ahead and at least make it operational, because when I activate it on the CNI, we're going to get an alert message. Even when I turn it on here, I'm going to get an alert message, but we're just going to let it go because I in fact already know that I haven't turned on the countermeasures defense system master power inside of the CNI, but we must do it on here on the countermeasures panel already. So we're going to go to on, and we're going to go to manual, and you guys see on the alert panel, or the there we go, on the annunciator panel, which in here they call it the AWCS. We'll see what it is. It's a different name for it, but that's the annunciator panel. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to MC index. We're going to go to MC Index, okay, which is this button right here. And we're going to go to Defensive System, which is the top right line select key. And then we're going to turn the Master Power on, which pretty much turns everything on here. You just got to verify that the CMDS is on. The Missile Warning System power is on. The IRCM power is on. And let's see, that's pretty much it. It's only one page, and the radar warning system is on. So that's the main things you need so far right here. Now, other things that we will have to do, again, I'm doing my flows because now I'm working that I had to come down here and go all the way to that lower middle console to turn the countermeasures situation on. I worked my way back up to the CNI. Now I'm simply going to come here to the hydraulic panel, and I'm going to turn two things on minus the suction cups because the aircraft is not on. So I'm going to turn the anti-skid on, and I'm going to pressurize our hydraulic system. So that you'll be using this quite a bit. It'll be depressurized and pressurized quite a bit. Now that that is done, we are virtually almost ready for an engine start. So at this point we can stop. Cass, man, what's up, my G? All lights, I noticed mine wasn't reset if there was an up. Okay, that was already there, so nothing new.
You're still at the anti-skid part for me, but
say again, Doc.
I said you're still at the anti-skid part for me, but just for everyone's awareness, the anti-skid will not actually engage until you take the parking brake off. So if people are still wondering why you get that warning, that's why. Your parking brake has to be completely disengaged for your anti-skid to work.
Yes, and thank you for that that honorable mention, my G. That's a good point, because it will stay on this annunciator panel along with mission DTC not installed, this will go away. And if it doesn't go away, it's not modeled right now, so we're not even going to worry about it. Because as we do everything, we're getting the plane ready for you guys to fly it, and as updated as it will be, it may still have an error message here, but we're gonna look past that.
I can show you how to clear those errors too. It's pretty easy.
Okay, roger that. Once we get the plane up and running, once everything is still there, then I'll have you run me through that, my G.
Roger that.
Thank you, sir. All right, so that, again, is JTF Mad Dog, and we got a lot of Mad Dogs in here. We got Cass, we got Doc, we got Proctus, and we got Toby. That's what's up. Now, here is your standby instrumentation that you need to uncage. So you're going to actually uncage it, and then just roll it back up to level horizon. And now, as far as I am concerned, we are ready for engine start. One other honorable mention that will be part of the checklist, which you don't have to do anything with, will be the oxygen regulator panel here. We want to make sure the oxygen supply is actually in the on position, and that we have the oxygen, everything normal here. Okay, and then these buttons here, these are just volume controls. If we're receiving a signal from our TACAN or one of our BORTAC or VOR signals, then it would be in here. And don't forget, you got VORs, TACANs, and VORTACs. VOR is simply a signal that gives you, and if you have distant measuring equipment, the VOR is going to give you distance and direction. Okay. The TACAN does the same thing, and it's mainly used in military aircraft. Sorry about that, guys. And can emit the same type of signal, and it can be moving in the air, it can be on the ground, it can be stationary. When you use both together, it's called a VORTAC, and it will also beep according to this. And then, of course, here's your RWR noise as well, and then you have the outer and inner beacons or markers that could be used for this beacon. So these are all volume controls, they're all modeled, see? So if you're getting a loud beeping and you want to know what it is, it could potentially be coming from here, and that you could possibly mute that. All right, my G's? Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, like I said, we are ready for engine start. Now, one thing we need to re-verify is that we need hot air from the APU in order to start the engine. Right now, our bleed pressure is 0. So up here on the bleed air panel, you are going to click on the APU, and you're going to watch the bleed air pressure stabilize, sending hot air from the APU into the turbines of the props so that they can help start. And of course, all of these here indicate the flow of air, so you don't have to change anything here. Everything is already in the auto, so that it will recognize when to open those valves to let the air open, and when to close valves when they don't need to be open. So now we're getting ready to get into the guts of it. So now we are going to turn our beacons on. So this is the strobe, but we'll do the red right now to let them know that we're taking off here. So we're going to right click here and right click here. I like to use them on the top and the bottom. And we are ready for engine start. So this aircraft does start in a certain order. The order goes from 3, 4, 2, and 1. Honorable mention, side note, let's do one thing. Let's get the cargo on board. So I'm kind of mixing in this tutorial as you would do it. And you're going to have to watch videos talking about the actual... So this isn't dynamic cargo over here. This is cargo that's already pre-staged from the mission editor. But you can, in fact, use dynamic cargo. But you would still need containers to use that dynamic cargo, if you will. Like, say, if you're taking supplies, you'll still need the empty container. This one has a FARP in it. So we are going to drop it. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do it, because this FARP here, once you drop the FARP, I made it to where the FARP gets made up, but the plane gets stuck in there. So, and I don't think I can drop this from the air. I don't think you're allowed to drop the FARP from the air. I'll try it. We'll see if it works. I tried it once. I couldn't get the door open, so we'll see what's going on with that. Maybe Doc can help me. So this is the pre-staged cargo that we have with a FARP in there. So let's get back on the bird. We're going to go to the Loadmaster position, and we're going to open the ramp. Now, in order to open the ramp, let me just state...
You can carp them. You can carp those.
Say what now?
You can carp the FARP box, and it will build whenever it hits the ground.
And how do you do that? Just like you talking about carpet into the system here for the drop?
Yeah, or you can do a manual drop, either or. As
Okay.
long as it like is out of the aircraft. That's how I do mine in there because, like you said, the yoke gets stuck inside of them.
Yes. Okay. So so I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna have you talk us through how to do the manual drop, and then
Okay.
yeah,
That's easy.
because I don't know if I'm gonna cover carp in here because their heads might get blown.
Yeah, it is complicated.
Yeah, you got to watch a video for that one. So today we'll do the manual drop, and then maybe the next time I'll go over carp dropping with them, because then they'll know how you can get the aircraft to drop up the load off precision, if you will. But yes, thank you, my G. So I'll look to you, and of course you can keep adding and stuff, but I'll look to you when we do our cargo drop in the air. I'll just load it up right now.
Alrighty.
Thank you, sir. All right. So again, you will need to have your hydraulic system pressurized here in order to open up the cargo bay or the ramp. So now we're back here in the Loadmaster position. Now you can do Control C to bring up this menu, and you're going to come up here to cargo. And what you're going to also notice here, this stands that it's pressurized because this is a pressurized cabin, so sometimes it has to depressurize before it can open. So let's go ahead and lower it by just clicking down. Now, when we come back and land, I will show you how to spawn cargo using these the aircraft's cargo spawn. Okay, but for now, we're doing mission editor spawn, which that's a fart box. So now we have the ramp open, and we want to get this cargo on. First and foremost, I'm going to move myself to the right side. So as the Loadmaster in the back of the cargo hold, this represents you. Obviously, we're on this side because this is facing the rear. So I'm going to move myself using the D key all the way to this area and just slightly back because you don't want to be in the way of that cargo, as Doc said. Now, we need to get cargo that is staged nearby to put on since we're taking something off the aircraft and it's not being generated by the aircraft. So we're going to click Stage Nearby. It recognizes this as this box here, so we're going to click this. Now you can see it links. It's an M92 container, and now we can come here and put Load Stage. It doesn't put it on the aircraft yet. It's just saying that you want to load the stage, and you can pick multiple of them if there's multiple. Now, because we're only doing the one aircraft and it's not that heavy, you know, for example, you can see it's 220 pounds. So it's the container is not that heavy, but we still want to work on our center of gravity. So we're going to put it right basically in the middle of the plane, about right here. Notice one thing, when the cargo comes on, I'm standing off here to the left. I can also move it over here, but that will be hurting myself. So I'm not going to do that. Now, once that container is where you want it, now once you click this load, that's going to happen. But before you do that, you're going to want to assign a parachute. And let me ask Doc a question. Hey, Doc, quick question. For this container, this smaller chute, one chute should work for this, or do you put two? Oh, please. Looking. Anyway, this first drop down here is your parachute selection. Then this is...
It weighs 220 pounds, right?
Yeah, 220. I'm thinking one chute would work.
Yeah, they're rated for 4,000 pounds per chute.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we're going to do one chute, but let's say if it was
just double check that real quick, though.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it should be good.
Okay, roger that. So if you needed a bigger one, this 12E is bigger, but we only need the one chute here. Then how many parachutes do we need? Just one. And then if we were running a program to automatically drop this off, here's where you would assign the program. We don't have a program. And we don't need a timer. So we just make sure this is applied. And then we're going to load the cargo. Boom. Now the cargo is on board and we are ready to fly. So now we can close the door. Ramp is closing. And if you look left, bada bing, bada boom. nice, beautiful container. I love how they put all this other information in here. It's got a payload capacity of 1,386 pounds, but the FARP that we put in there is very light. So some of this is in kilograms, some of it's in pounds. There you go. So now,
so for future reference, both the Deltas and Echoes are both rated for 2,200 pounds with a minimum deployment altitude of 475.
Thank you, sir. You are a gem, my G. Appreciate that.
I'll send you this
Copy that.
image for the chutes.
All right, guys. So you heard Doc. So the chutes have that 200 and or 2,200 pound rating per chute. He's going to send for information. So just do your research and always have somebody like Doc available. I made myself laugh. You guys can do that too. Okay, let me see if this, first of all, let me see if this camera should be still on autofocus. Let me know if any of my cameras go out of focus, guys. Okay, we're doing good. I don't know what that casting is. Maybe my light's a little dim in here. I'll have to fix that here in a minute. But when I fly, I'll take myself off of the screen. All right, so that's loaded up. You're going to keep that going. Now we can start the engines. And then we'll finish that stuff up, and then we'll run through all the checklists. All right, so again, we have the red beacons on, and we're calling out starting engine number 3. You would talk to your first officer and your crew chief in there, or your engineer, whoever's back there. Bada bing, bada boom. So now we're going to just right-click once to the run, and we're going to right-click and hold until we get a green light illuminated, and the rest, it will do itself.
I don't know if I missed it. Do you have a ground idle on the buttons below your throttles?
Yes, sir. I've got, and I'm going to be talking to them too, because I found a way to land this thing and make everything work. But I do have ground idle. I've got enable and disable ground idle on 2 of my buttons.
Do you have the options turned off to pull the ECBs?
I sure do. I've been training on this for maybe a week now. So yeah, I went through that pain and watched the videos. Otherwise, yeah. Thank you for saying that. I'll go through it. So what he's talking about is, and let's get the other engine started up and we'll talk about it. Okay, we're going to start the next one in sequence, which is 4. You're going to right click and hold till you get a green. Bada bing, bada boom. You're going to see this get boxed in as that engine's coming alive. You can come over here, and this is one you can actually physically see. So you'll see the rotation happen here very shortly. And there it is, as it does its startup process. Okay, what he's talking about, the ECBs, are the control breakers, the electronic control breakers. In this aircraft, if we were doing the real simulation, some of them are popped out when the aircraft is cold and dark. It'd be a pain in the butt for us to get in there and do it. So there is an option in the original DCS menu when you first start the game, not the launch pad, but once you get into the game, you need to go in there to options and go to special options and pick the C-130J. There's 2 boxes. One is for the ECB, and the other box I can't remember what it's for, but me personally, I have them both unchecked. Now, what the ECB thing is going to do during your checks, you have this panel right here, which you can change this center panel to COM, to nav, if you are putting in your TAC hands or your ADFs or your Vortex or VORs, and then you have your electronic control breakers. Now, to make sure that they're all good, what we're going to do is we're going to double check that. So I'm going to put this information on the HDD1, which is this screen here, and it says ECB by system open only. So if there were open circuit breakers that you needed to push in and get rid of, they would come up here, and then you would have to push them in and then come back and make sure that they extinguish from here. In our case, we don't have them because we're rock stars. And then so if you uncheck that feature, because you won't be able to do it once you're loaded in, you got to do it at the DCS main screen to do that. All right, so we got 2 good engines. We're going to go ahead and fire up, and next one in sequence would be engine number 2. And we got a green light, and we got it boxed in. Now, one thing that I'm going to do too, guys, is why this is happening, I'm going to start getting an altitude that I want to climb to. So this is where you're going to select your altitude. It's going to be indicated here, and once we get the HUDs down, I'll show you in the HUD where it's indicated in there.
If you do not pull those ECBs, your engines will catch on fire.
Very good, very good information. You guys heard the man. If you do decide to simulate it,
ask me how I know that.
because yours caught on fire. So yeah, so those ECBs are important. Again, I suggest just keeping them off unless you're a real hard simmer. You want to just go push them in, then leave them that way. But don't forget that you need to manipulate them. Finally, we're going to start the last in sequence engine number 1, calling out engine number 1. We got a green light. This one will be off the left side, and then we can keep going. So again, just while that engine is starting up, it's boxed in. This is the autopilot panel here, and you need to turn on, whether you're flying right seat or left seat, your master autopilot controls. Now I have mine binded because there's no way while I'm in action I need to look down here. So I recommend binding, and I'm not going to do a video on binding. You guys can find that somewhere else, but I binded this one for sure. I binded on the yoke an auto throttle and autopilot disconnect on my yoke, which you guys might want to do. Alright, so we're good. We got 4 good engines. Now, before we start doing the checklist, we're going to do a few things. Now that we have 4 good engines, obviously they're pumping out heat. So we're going to turn off the bleed air. But we are not going to turn off the APU until we are airborne, and we will get that off before we hit 180 knots. There you go. So now that we've got a good aircraft, we got all engines on, now we can turn the stuff on that requires the engines to be on. This is our pressurization panel, and here I'll go to the first officer side. You guys can see a little better. This is the pressurization panel. Right now, we want the pressurization to happen automatically. Right now it's just on the aux vent, no pressure or manual. We want to set this to auto. And of course, this is our landing elevation here that you're going to manipulate. So when we land, if we get up into situation where we're flying in pressurized high altitudes, then you're going to definitely want to make sure this matches where you land. I'm going to leave this one to about 20 because we'll probably do a circuit and land back here, just so I can show you guys some things before we do a trip and show you the autopilot. So pressurization panel is in fact set into auto. Our air conditioning, our cargo compartment, and our flight station or flight deck, we want this to be on. Don't do this obviously until the engines are started, because these suck up a lot of power. So boom and boom. All right, we are cooking with Crisco. Now while we're over here on the first officer side, let's go ahead and drop his HUD. You can see there's nothing on there. You're gonna just left click, boom, and it's gonna set it to auto. Then obviously if you want it darker or lighter, it's a knob, so you either scroll right, scroll left, and that's what you're gonna get. Because we're still on the first officer side, we're also now gonna take a better look at our hydraulics panel. Again, this was the anti-skid we put on. This is our auxiliary pump for our hydraulic. But one thing, now that the engines are started, we need to make sure we have our boost pumps on, and that's why we had to wait for the engines to be started. So we're going to turn the utility on and the boost on. These are on already. If you click it and it says off, that means it's off. You need to click it to where it doesn't have a light. Lastly but not leastly, on this side, we're also going to turn our radar on. Actually, we'll switch back over because the knob is over here. But just also look, here's some co-pilot lighting. Pilot lighting, so inside you're flying at light. At night, you want to do floods, your panel, whatever. This is where you would manipulate that. You're going to want that. This also down here, this is your one of your comms control. We're not going to mess with this right now. And we're able to switch frequencies in other places, which I'll show you. So you really don't have to get too involved with this. The most important thing at this point is noticing this, and we've already got this panel situated. Now, we're going to get our HUD down here. And there's still something else we have to do to the HUDs in order for them to follow the navigation. So we're going to do the same thing here. Now, before we do the checklist, let's continue what we have to do. Ice protection. You can see that they are, it's a three-way switch. So right now it's off. So you want to left click, get them all in the auto position. This is your pitot heats for your probes. And of course, this is like windshield heat here. And then, of course, another thing you want to double check is that the propeller control is in the normal 1, 2, 3, 4, and it is. And I don't think you'll have to mess with that. During the checklist, too, it's also going to talk about fuel from the various tanks. And if you can look, the left main, right main, pretty much symmetrical. The left inner main and the right inner main, pretty much symmetrical, and so on and so forth. So this is already set up in the auto. I don't think there's a point where you're ever going to need to do any of that, unless you're in an emergency situation, you get hit in one tank, then you can actually select the tank for that fuel to come out of. And then, of course, your fuel totalizer, the amount of fuel aggregated through all of these tanks is right here at 34,360 pounds. So just take note of that. So right now, this thing is light. We can burn fuel for a while. We're good to go. So now what I like to do before we run the checklist is I'm going to go top and do my flow. So what I'll do is zigzag. Boom, boom. This is good. Then I'm going to check the ice protection. This panel we took care of.
On the fuel, because that's where you're still at for me. I've had to, on multiple occasions, balance my tanks for long runs.
Thank you, sir. And that's good to note, which I have not done yet. So if we get into that situation ever, even when we're flying or whatever, I'll defer to you that, which probably won't be in this video, but I appreciate that, my G.
It's pretty easy. The arrows tell you everything. So, like, if you want out, you just put them out. If you want it to go into another tank, you just have the arrow go into that tank.
Okay, yeah, pretty sweet. And he's referring to these arrows here, you guys. All right, so he's saying in the longer flights, what he was noticing, that his tanks were a little bit more asymmetrical than he wanted, so he balanced them, used them using these arrows to either feed it in there, or you want it to, for example, 2 means it's going to dump it into another tank, and then you could get it to where, you know, it can be out of that tank. And then, of course, you can jettison fuel, all that good stuff. So we're looking good there, guys. Let's continue our after start checklist. We cannot forget flaps. You'll also want to bind a key for your flaps, of course. Now, I binded my Honeycomb flaps for increments. Every time you push this up or down, it's an increment of 10 all the way to 100. So you can press this basically 10 times to get flaps full. We're going to go take off at flaps at 50%. So I'm going to hit it 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're going to look down here. And there it is. Flaps are set and indicating 50. These are our trim tabs for the aileron, the rudder, and the elevator. You will definitely want some elevator trim in here. I'm just going to get mine down just a little bit more. It's right on that line. There we go. So these are where your trim tabs are located. They will reference that in the old checky listy. All right, let's finish our flows up top. Okay, we got fuel. Doc helped us all the way to the air conditioning. We got that panel set for now. Then if we're kind of coming back down, APU is going to stay running. We're going to come across all the fire handles in case the engines catch fire. FADEX system, this is how the aircraft starts. I'll never touch that. We talked about the propeller control. We're good. Prop sync can stay right where it's at to the on. The engines are in the run mode. We will not hit those until we get back and stop them and turn them off when we're done flying. The ELT is already on. And this is your wipers. Now, as far as the HUDs, we will be setting the navigation source in them, but that's after we do the flight plan. So that's not part of the engine start, so we're not going to worry about that. That'll be something that we do afterward before we start rolling. Now, guys, it's time to do the checklist. So now that we've done our flows, we'll do the checklist. So we're going to say oil cooler flaps check, electrical panel check, and you can either click it here, it'll put a line through it, or you can come down here and do check. So check. And if you're doing the checklist, it gives you the little hints to show you where the stuff is at, which I like if you're a newbie. Battery test we did, or we simulated, we did it. It was a real aircraft. In real life you do it. This is a simulator one. We didn't do it, but we did it. Get it. Battery was on. And we got the airplane power, and we did all the APU stuff. The ACAWS is the annunciator panel. So that's your action messages there. So then we went to the ECBs. We did check that. There are no ECBs. And this is, of course, the CNBP ECB key. You need to press it, which is up there. We already did that. HDDs 1, 2, or 3. That's talking about the management of our screens and how to get there and how to manipulate that. We don't need to do that. Bleed air panel. Remember, we got the bleed air turned off now. The engines were started, but we turned the bleed air on to start the engines after we started the APU and then connected it to the APU generator. Trim tabs were down there. We just double checked them. The CNI, align position, auto nav, and master auto nav on has all been done. And you can tell what position it's in because it'll tell you selected, verified, or on. If it's not, it'll be in that position and you can kind of check it. If you make your tablet bigger, some of this stuff will be expanded out so you can read the right a little bit better. Okay, supply lever for the oxygen. That's where we look left. We did that. CNI equipment, we did all that stuff. That's talking about the radar warning, the takeoffs, basically the defensive systems where we turned everything on. HDDs will be set. We'll set them again. Pressurization panel is good. Motor selector switch to auto. Fuel management, we already talked about it. We're good to go there. Hydraulic panel, anti-skid, aux pump, suction boost pumps, all on. And before starting engine, checklist complete. Starting engines, we're just going to go all through this. We don't even need to check it because obviously the engines are running. Let's get to the ice protection. Checked and set. We put them all in the auto. Propeller switches are into the auto, that's our feather. Propeller control is checked. Power levels, we're going to make sure that they are, actually we can do that now. So we're going to put this into ground idle. So this is what it's talking about. So initially, once you set your stuff up, you're going to want to make sure your knobs are basically down in the ground idle area, which mine are. And I'm going to also show you another trick. Now this is taking that monstrosity of power, and you can hear those propellers come down a little bit because we put it into low idle, the ground idle. One thing to note, right now, these are all saying that they're in beta. Beta in a turboprop means reverse, only it's not actually reverse. It's a beta form of the feathering, what it does to the prop so that you're not digging into that air. So it helps you slow down. Sometimes if you move your knob and you put it to the ground idle, you take the parking brake off, you start moving forward. Well, this little caret here on the HUD, when it's parallel here, simply means that you are adding power to move the aircraft forward. You'll notice, you'll see when I'm talking about this caret will move up and down this line here, indicating how your power is looking and which way your aircraft is actually going to start moving. So we got those on, as you can see. We turn the radar on, which we didn't because I meant to come over here. See, that's why we're running the checklist. So the radar, we're just going to click it once to on. And we're checking that out. Now this is the taxi checks, these low speed ground idle, which we did. We're going to do our lights, brakes, instruments, flaps we've already done, so we can double check that. We've already double checked the trim tabs. Flight controls we are going to check. Nav aids, we'll get going. Boom. Radars check, and then we'll do taxi checks complete. Let's go ahead and finish that checklist because I don't like the I don't like for those things to stay illuminated. Okay. Now we don't have anything flashing at us, which is what I like. All right, now let's do our flight controls check. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. Rudder right and rudder left. Now let's talk about something. You guys can't see it, but over here, you can't see it. Over here to the left, I'm actually using my throttle, my HOTAS throttle, and basically that's important because you are going to probably want to assign a tiller.
On that checklist, there's a top part. It's like a box. If you click on that, it won't illuminate.
Okay, which box? Is it this box right here?
I'm waiting for stream to catch up.
Yeah, I think it's the highlight buttons. I know. I think I'm clicking on it now. So we'll check that out. I think that's what he's talking about. All right. So.
Yeah, it's that button.
Okay, roger that. So this is where this thing acts funny sometimes. So hopefully it doesn't. All right. So flight controls are checked. Anyway, just saying, on this tiller. Okay, this is going to be your tiller. I assigned a rotary knob that's on my HOTAS, which works perfect. You can get an actual tiller, or you can assign your rudder pedals and then just put a modifier on it so that when you're using a tiller, you got to put a modifier. And a modifier would be another button you push that will put your pedals into another basically range of inputs, which will represent the tiller. Me personally, I didn't like that, so I put it on an actual tiller function onto another control that's out of sight from my controls cam. Alright, so I believe we are ready to taxi. We got the radar on, we got that on. Let's get our taxi lights on. I have them binded, so your exterior lights panel is going to be here, and I got mine bound, so boom. We've got the taxi lights on now. And of course, we've got the red beacons on. Now, before we leave, before we taxi, let's set our screens up. I'm not going to go through the lesson. This will be something that you will have to learn on your own. I'm just going to show you how to get it on your screen. So we want the digital map to come up. So we're going to use, so basically this left upper display here, let's go back to main menu. This indicates things like the primary flight display, some options, engine, some options, cap, some options, nav, radar, and then basically once you click into it, there's another sub menu, and a lot of those will be asking, oh, where do you want to put the engine layout or your primary flight display or the RWR? We can do it all here. So for example, we're going to put our digital map, and these are called HDDs. We're going to put it on the second one. So we're going to click it, and boom. Now you see we have our digital map. And you can see a data block where we're going to go, where it doesn't have anything because we need to confirm the message of the information that is saying, oh, this is your flight plan. These are the waypoints we have it. Now you need to accept it into the aircraft, which will be the CNI, or as you commercial pilots call it, an FMC or a CDU. So now, and I'm sorry that my track IR just gives me a hard time. So you're going to come here, you're going to go to index. You're going to come up here to Route 1. Now here's Route 1, and you can clearly see it says activate, so it is not activated. So the first thing I'm going to do is go to the next page and just make sure what my waypoints are and my flight plan. Well, it looks good to me, and right now it's in the auto, so as it gets over a waypoint, the aircraft will turn and fly to the next one. It talks about our departing runway 30. You can select departures and arrival. We're not doing all that. We just want to right line select key here, activate. Now it's activated the flight plan, but it is not fully active. As you can see here, it says mod route, which means modify the route. So now you're still in a place where you can manipulate the information that is here in order to, you know, get your flight plan the way you want it. Once it's all modified and done, and you can still see we accepted it or activated, but it's still not here on this data panel or on the primary flight display, or on the HUD, we have no information. But now we are going to press accept or activate. Boom. Now it goes to an active route and no longer says mod, it says active. And now in the data blocks, we've got time to go, we've got bearing and distance, and the time to go, 31 minutes and 39 seconds. It'll be repeated up in here once we get the information plugged into there. But look at the iNav. Now we have it from the CNI, so that's why CN, there's the I, nav. We got course, heading, and distance. Now you're saying, oh Dre, I don't see it in my wonderful heads-up display. Well, it's because we have to tell the heads-up display what we want. We can go visual, okay, which visual mode, it does certain things to the HUD to allow you to see better visually while having your information there. We can go to the tactical mode, which is a whole nother set of things when you're operating tactically. Cat 2 for landings, and then you've got nav, and that's what we'll stop. We are going to select nav because we're navving. So now that light is green. Now you'll see you have a data block on the left hand side. Along with that, you also have a CDI over here, course direction indicator, which will also be similar to the CDI that you see on your HSI, which is your horizontal situation indicator. I also recommend that you bind some keys for the heading mode so that you're not having to look down like I did. So I put it on my rotary knob. So that comes in handy. And then also with the heading mode, anything that's in blue here will also represent the direction. So 024. These are our landing minimums. We'll get into that later. And these, of course, are for our barometric pressure or altimeters. We're just going to stay with 29902. We'll get into that a little bit later. In the air, I'll talk more about this, what things are, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I think for the first one, we'll fly over to the first point. We'll drop our cargo over there, and then we'll come back. So now that we've got that done, we can come to the first officer side. Same thing. His navigation is empty. You've also got to do it for that side. And of course, if you're flying multi-crew, won't be a problem at all. So there you go. All right.
I'm just at your HUD part right now. The PFD and the HUD, when you're in nav mode, are mirrored. Everything that's on the PFD is on the HUD.
Yeah, roger that. I kind of told them that. And I was explaining how you get the data block on. Because if they don't hit the nav button, because I don't know if you're auto-starting yours, but when you don't auto-start it and you manually start it, this information is not on here until you hit the nav on the top. Yes, but that is definitely good news. So dock is basically...
Also with your screens, if you don't put ACAS on that third one, any fault or anything is going to take over wherever your digmap is.
Oh, good. And that's good information to know. I appreciate that. You just taught me something. All right.
So, like, if you go to your AMU and you click on ACAS, you'll see HUD, and you can put it to 3, and you'll also see faults on that same screen, and that's how you clear those any of the faults that are already there.
Oh, okay, I got it. Yep, I see. Yeah, I see ACAS, which HDD you want to put it on, recall, store, overflow. Sweet.
Yeah, if you want to store those, that's how you do it, and they won't be up unless it pops a new error.
Okay, roger that. Good to know, Machi. Thank you. So basically what he's saying, those messages we have here are your enunciator panel. Your enunciator panel now will still be on the same screen where it was before, because that's where the ACOS is. It'll just be overlaid onto this for the faults is what he was saying. So again, we're going to get off of this. We always go back to main menu, and these two are your main menus of things that you could do. Lighting, pre-flight, all that good stuff. Any tests. Let's say I wanted to switch my navigation to something different for the primary flight display. Let's say that I was flying a TACAN or a VOR. This is where you would get that and manipulate it for your wherever you wanted your information to show up at. You know, obviously you would manipulate it here, then you go back to the other screen and manipulate it, change it to which screen you want. You know, so anything you push, like for example, I don't need this status on. When I take off, I need to see my engine. So I don't want this here right now. What I'm going to do is click on engine, and I want it on my third screen. So I'm going to click this, HDD3. Bye, y'all. And now it's over there. And look, now I have my messages over here. The ACOS messages, which are right here. So that's a little something else. Main menu, and I think we're ready to go. Let's go outside and do a fit check. All right, so we are, for lack of better words, ready to go. Let's check the checklist for our taxi. Boom, boom, boom. Controls, nav aids, we're all done. All right, PETA and Meso hates switches, and this is before takeoff. Well, we already did get them on, and technically you don't put them on here.
You gotta put that California National Guard livery on.
right. This takeoff master switch set is required. Light set. Now, normally we wouldn't have turned the pitot on right here if there was any flight crew out there, because it gets hot. It'll burn them up. So we're not going to even do that. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's get ready for taxi. So in order to take off the parking brake, you're going to hold your toe brakes or whatever brakes you have assigned, and you're going to left click. Boom, off. Conversely, if you want to put it on, hold your brakes, and then you just keep holding your brakes, and you right and hold, and then let the brakes off, and it comes up. There you go. All right, so taxi lights are on. Flight controls are completed a check. All right, let's get to our first runway. Beirut traffic, C-130 times 1 will be departing the ramp, taxiing out for the southeast runway, straight out departure, and will remain left traffic in the pattern once we depart for Beirut traffic. All right, so now...
I didn't see it. Did you turn the emergency brake off next to the anti-skid?
No, I didn't, but let me do that.
That will make taxiing so much easier, by the way.
So here's the emergency brake that he's referring to. So you just turn that emergency brake off, and there you go. And then now what I like to do is advance the power slightly, just slightly forward, because we're in that beta mode. You may go back. All right, and now I'm what we call complete neutral. See how the aircraft's not moving? So I'm just going to advance it slightly, ever so gently, and the aircraft will start to move. Now keep in mind, your tiller is very sensitive, and you do not want to exceed these orange tabs here or here when you're making your turns. So always be really handy with the brakes, because this thing is a beast even in the low idle. So we're going to start a nice little turn. Remember, you don't really want to make any of your turns, sharp turns, faster than 10 knots. Again, I'm using the tiller. You can't see it, it's out of screen. Now, when you line up, I'm going to explain some things when you line up or you're going to have a bad day. Now, again, notice this caret. As I'm braking, watch what it does. It shows that my speed is decreasing. As I'm increasing, the caret will go above this. If I'm neutral power, it'll be even to this line. Watch when I bring the throttle back just a little bit. See that caret? It's moving to the neutral. See that? So I've just neutralized some power. And Doc, when would you turn that emergency brake back on? When you're like come back and you park and then you set the brake? Do you turn it on before you put it on, or you just at any time?
Yeah, whenever you park, essentially, all it really does is lock the wheels. So like, think of an emergency brake like in your car. It's the same thing.
I see. So parking brake is kind of the first level, then the other one's kind of the second level, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate that. All right, guys, so we are holding short runway 31, or a correction, 12 left, and we're going to enter out for the southeast departure, and we're going to make left traffic and just fly around the airport so we can see how it feels. And we're getting an action message, left main fuel tank imbalance. So now we're getting a left main tank imbalance, but it will probably square itself out once we start applying power. And if not, we got Doc on board. He can show us what to do. Now we need to go all lights on. So we're going to put our strobes to flash. And we're going to go to white. And, of course, down here, we want to make sure those lights are extended and out. And they are. So now we have all landing lights on. Good to go. We can kind of see what that looks like on the outside. We got lights coming off from everywhere. All right, now, when we line up on the runway, the tiller and the rudder are completely separate. So for the first 50 knots, you're going to have to use your toe brakes, not the tiller, because that thing will have you everywhere. But if you don't line up correctly, and that front wheel, if you just think of it as a caster wheel, right, that thing may be misaligned, and you're going to have no control of that front wheel. So just keep that in mind. All right. Very easy on the power. And I do mean very easy. Check left. Final is clear. And Beirut traffic, C-130 times 1 on whiskey, entering runway 12 left. We will be closed traffic pattern, left crosswind. Beirut. So we're going to get up and just make sure we get the aircraft cleaned up as we're running these little routes. We're going to make sure we don't get to 180 knots or faster until we turn that APU off. It's recommended to take off with the APU in case there's some type of huge power failure, engine failure times 4. Now what I usually do is line up on the runway and I will let the aircraft roll a little bit to make sure that wheel is straight. So I don't just like line up and then, all right, we're ready to go. You'll see what I'm talking about. So let's line up a little bit better on the runway here. So the lineup is very important, my friends. All right, now I've lined up. I'm just literally going to let it roll a little bit, make sure that's what I like. I pretty much line the lineup with my flight path marker because that's telling you where the plane is going to go. So it looks good to me. Toe brake looks good. All right, before takeoff, check. Okay, pitot, check. Takeos, check. Lights set. Fuel management, good to go. ACOS, that message went away. Before takeoff checks complete. And then, of course, we're after takeoff. It'll be gear flaps, lights, APU-C below 180 knots, external power, APU switch off. So there we go. And then aux pump off, pressurization check complete. You can shut down the APU now. I can, but I don't want to. Thank you for that information, and welcome to the stream, my G. I can shut it down now, but I want the APU on in case there's an emergency where I need the power. So that's why
when it comes to the APU, you get differing things when it comes to the C-130. Some people, especially in the ASC Discord, the guys who made it, are saying you can just leave it on. I personally leave mine on no matter what.
Yep.
It's personal preference, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I get it, but let's say I was doing this in real life, I would really have it on too, because you know, especially in a combat situation, you're going to take off and you want all power sources available. So I agree with you. And there's another C-130 pilot that I really know. They took off with the APU on, which makes sense.
Yeah, I don't turn mine off. Like, I fly the entire route with it on, just in case.
Yeah, that's it.
And stuff, man. I ain't taking any chances.
Right. That's too funny because you know the Mad Dogs for sure gonna get in trouble.
Yeah.
Now, let's set the parking brake really quick. And the first thing I want to do is make sure and the reason why I'm setting it really quick is to show you guys something. Now, we're going to take off, and I'm going to get to roughly between 120 to 130 knots, and I know I can get with this configuration. But let's say you're heavier, you don't know what's going on. You can actually use your information in your CNI to calculate your performance. So for example, here's your performance on climb, cruise. But if you wanted to set up the initial perf, you would go here to performance management, and there's 4 pages. This talks about your weight and balance. You would just double check there's numbers. There's 4 pages.
Told page.
And is that the button right next to the index? Yeah, okay, right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
when you initial setup, if you really want to go into it, it takes about an hour to set this aircraft up fully. That's your runway length, your glide scope, the wind, everything. Then it calculates your weight, your armament, where your CG is, all that information, and it will give you your refusal, your VOR, your V1 and everything.
right. Yeah, and with certain weight balances in this world, yeah, it's almost easier just to know the aircraft because the weights are going to be similar. But I totally agree. Again, in real life, I'd be doing that all the way. There'd be no way I'd be skipping that.
And you can really, to be honest, what I'll do if I'm in a hurry and I've got a heavy load, like they need the ammo right now, I'll set my horsepower all the way up and I'll just fly it manually. I won't even turn on autopilot.
Right. And I'm going to show him where you can get the horsepower all the way up right here. So what he's talking about, get his horsepower all the way up, we'll talk about this autopilot, but you can click here, and this has to do with your horsepower available. Right now we got it set for 4,500. I really haven't messed with this because, again, I'm training on this myself, although I have flown the freeware mod of this, and it did incorporate some of this, but it didn't incorporate the horsepower, of course. But anyway, that's where it's at. We'll get into this more in detail with the autopilot panel once we get on the way to our route. But anyway, so that's what we're talking about as far as your performance. Now, he was talking about the toll page for the takeoff page. I'm still referring to the performance management. So you still would need to come in this performance management. This says weights, fuels, fuel on board, gross weight. It also incorporates the center of gravity type stuff. It goes several pages. It talks about the drag. It talks about a lot of information, your transition altitude, so on and so forth. It talks about a lot of things that you would really do, which you see me doing when I fly the commercial stuff. But we won't get into that. Again, we're nice and light. This is not a full 10-hour, tutorial. This is just to get us up and running. So now we're good, guys. And we're going to take off and do this pattern. No real pilot is taking off the apron because you will rip the APU door off. Yeah, not in the C-130. You wouldn't. Not in the C-130. Like I said, not in the C-130. And, let's face it. Look at the checklist. If you're following the checklist, it tells you to turn the APU off after. So, yeah. So you can leave it on. So, and again, it's not a big deal. It's a simulator. It's going to be personal preference. All right, let's get going, guys. So, what I want to say to everyone in the comments, thank you for all your comments. Thank you for the difference in ideas. Some of it's subjective, some of it's subjective. Keep it coming, and no one is saying anything about anything. Even if we disagree on something, we're doing it professionally. So we're all friends in here. It's all good. And we're in DCS, so you should have a tough skid anyway. But thank you, Lip and Doc. We're working these things out. I'm leaving my APU on. I've been training. I've seen the guys do it. I'm an Army combat veteran. I do happen to know some C-130 pilots in real life. So there we go. All right, so toe brakes held. We left click, we're ready to go. Once we go into the flight idle, our low ground idle is immediately going to extinguish itself. We're going to rotate at about 125 knots, take off. I'll make sure the aircraft doesn't get too fast. We'll be hand flying it, and then we'll get the APU off. So it'll be real quick. We're going to come up top. We're going to turn this off, and then we're going to come down bottom, and we're going to turn... let me make sure I get the knob. It's hard to see. We're going to turn this off, which the knob is right here. All right, here we go, folks. Let's power up. And you'll get some alert messages if something isn't right. You'll look down, extinguished. Now, if you need to correct before 50 knots, you're going to use your toe brakes very gently. Here we go. Look how straight we're going. Up slightly to the right. So I did a little bit toe brake tap to the right. There we go. $30 knots. 40 knots. All right, we're starting. I got rudder control, rudder authority. All right, we want to keep that flight path marker going straight down the runway. It's 125, rotate. Nice and smooth off the deck. Positive rate. Gears coming up. I'm monitoring my speed. I'm going to pitch for speed on this one. APU's off. All right, APU's off. All right, see how we pitch for speed? This is a C-130. All right, first stage flaps up. Go ahead and trim her down. Let's go ahead and make that left crosswind. Beirut traffic, C-130 ship ×1, departed runway 12 left crosswind, staying in the pattern close traffic. Beirut. So we're gonna fly the pattern slow. We'll stay flaps 30. I'm pulling the power back because I don't want to be in the pattern too fast. We're just going to continue our left turn here. Pulling that power back because we want to get basically this altitude just to fly the pattern. Okay, we're almost left downwind. Well, then I appreciate that lip. I'm pretty sure then it's just a difference in operational procedures. All right. So let's go ahead. Okay, we're left downwind. Let's bring that power back. Keep those flaps where they're at. All right, so we're gonna go left base. Speed's looking good. All right. And we're just going to fly around the field. We won't fly over the actual runway. So she handles pretty good. You will need to definitely have your aileron trim and your pitch trim at the minimum. Pull that speed back a little bit. And we'll make one more pattern and we'll exit on the 45 on the downwind. So she flies pretty nice. She does fly like a dream. Now you can see my digi-map is all over the place. That means my controller is kind of glitching out. I got to really do a good calibration every time I start the computer up, which I didn't do. Hey, Lip. No, I appreciate you, my G. No, like I said, we all friends here, my G. Absolutely. I appreciate you, my G. And I like this. You know, I like the information sharing, you know. And let's face it, we're all not really flying one of these. But if we were, then we would use the AIM or the SOPs, the regulations, the ARs, the FMs, the training docs, the POH. Then we would know for sure. So I appreciate you, Lip. You hang in there. Yeah, hang in there. I appreciate it. So it's all good here, my G. That's how we roll. Love this, man. That's why I love our community. That's why I love our community, brother, because we all help each other out no matter what. All right, so, guys, we're getting ready now to get to where we're going to join and fly our flight plan. So, as you see, our CDIs are telling us how to get to our course, and you also have one up here that mirrors your HSI in your primary flight display. So let's go ahead and make our left turn. It's telling us we need to make a left turn, but almost be at an angle so that we pick up the route. So that's what we'll do, because the military loves for us to fly the route accordingly. Okay, we're going left crosswind. Okay, speed is good. We'll go up 1 stage flaps. We're going to start picking up a little juice here, some power. Finish our left crosswind, folks. And don't forget, you know, you might have to retrim as you adjust those flaps. Okay, we're almost at 200. We're going to go flaps clean. Continue that turn, trim up, and we're going to exit the pattern here on a 45. All right, now watch this, guys. We're going to complete the left turn. We're left downwind. Nice and smooth. Midfield, we exit. And we're off now. We're exiting the pattern on the 45. And now we're going to keep this right turn going until we intercept our course, which will now be to the left. Okay, this is a good intercept course here. So we're going to intercept it first, and we'll fly the line. We're going to come off it during the autopilot, of course. So look at our CDIs. They're mirroring. We're almost right on course, and then we'll complete our turn. We'll stay here because I want the climb to be an autopilot. Okay, let's start our turn. And the course heading okay, so we joined our navigation pretty much manually here. So we're on the, we got to keep making our right turn ever so gently. Now you can see I need to correct a little bit to the right, which we'll do here. Now, we are going to turn on the autopilot, which is here. But I have mine binded. See how you got to look down to do it? That's why I say bind it. So on my autopilot button here on my Honeycomb Bravo, I'm going to hit autopilot. You can see autopilot is on, and the only thing right now that the autopilot is selected is for our altitude, because we have it above 10,000. Now watch this. We are, now that the autopilot's on, we're going to select the nav mode. Booyah. So now it's going to nav, correct itself onto the line, because now it's following navigation from our CNI. And again, do not pay attention to my, this thing is messed up. It'll drift because I didn't calibrate this controller, so it's always off when I don't calibrate it, but we're doing fine. So here's our line. We can zoom in to see where we're at. There we go. There's our aircraft on our digimap. Now, we want to climb to 10,000. So one thing that I'm going to do is, right now we have select on here for the altitude because it's at 10,000, so it knows we want to fly higher. We're actually going to set that to about 18,000. Now, in order to pitch up, you need to have a pitch override for your autopilot. So what we're going to do is I'm going to press and hold it, and I'm going to pitch up to how I want to pitch up. We'll go about 5 degrees or so. About right there. Now I'm going to show you something cool. If you want to do a 3-degree climb, and now I'm powering up because I'm still flying it throttle manual. Look, but now we're climbing. You can see we're climbing at just about 1,000 feet per minute here in our vertical speed indicator. And if we wanted to climb 3 degrees, it's all the way at the top. Conversely, if you want to see what 3 degrees is in here, you can literally come to this wonderful feature here, and you can manipulate where the 3 degrees is on your line. So now this little dotted line represents 3 degrees. Watch, when I move this, it'll move. See the line? The dotted line is moving. So let's say you said, hey, I want to climb at 3 degrees. You can set a visual representation here in your HUD and climb 3 degrees. Or if you want to descend 3 degrees, 2.5, whatever it is, it gives you that representation there. Yeah, and the digimap could get better for sure, Lip. So we're going to climb the 18,000 feet. We're holding 222 manual, but let me show you how to do it autopilot. So first and foremost, even though as soon as you click the indicated airspeed, it will 100% set it, but the best practice is to match the speed that you're currently doing. And you can see that little caret moving where it's 222. So there you go. Now we can go indicated airspeed. Bye, y'all. And did you see when I clicked it, the aircraft was actually doing 221. So it indicated it, but I pushed it back up close. So now we're on autopilot. It's managing our lateral navigation using the iNav or the CNI. We're following our flight plan. Our pitch is controlled by our manual pitch control, which we have it just under 3 degrees pitched up for a nice climb so that we maintain our speed with minimal effort on the aircraft. We're climbing about 1,000 feet per minute. Autopilot is, in fact, on and engaged. If we want to get rid of the autopilot and the auto throttle, I suggest that you map or program keys to your Honeycomb in order to do so. So I have the trigger as the autopilot disconnect, and I have the top right button here to my yoke for the auto throttle disconnect. So just rule of thumb, that's what you'll have to do. And guys, we're climbing. Once we get above 10,000, well, we can turn those taxi lights off. There we are. All right. Let's confirm flaps are all the way up. They are. Check. First one was gear. We can confirm that it's up for sure. Boom, right here. It's up. Lights we're working on. APU we got turned off right away. Now we need to turn the auxiliary pump off. Pressurization. So we're going to check to make sure it's still. Woo, didn't like that. Let's turn that off. Make sure the pressurization panel, once my joint starts working, which is up here, is good. So there's the rate of differentiation. Here's the actual what it feels like in the cabin. Here's the differential pressure. And of course, we have the pressurization in the auto. No need to dump anything. And the rates in the normal. Okay guys, we're at 9,500 on course. We've got 96 miles to go. And we are doing excelente. Hey, ¿qué pasó, papá? ¿Cómo estás? Como siempre, un placer verte aquí en la canal, papá. ¿Cómo andas? All right, so we can get those landing lights off. Bada bing. Okay, we got strobes. Boom, boom. Yeah, we're doing good. She's sounding good. She's a beast. 10,700 and climbing, 92 miles to go. Nice smooth climb, and this thing will travel quite fast. Those props, it's no joke. So guys, we're doing really good here. This is a little bit different of a stream just because I'm actually doing a tutorial training in this, and there is a lot of information to cover. Now, let's talk about some of the symbology in the HUD. Let's start with the PFD action. So your primary flight display, this is showing many different things. So let's start first of all on the left side here. This will be your autopilot panel and things that are connected. Just letting you know right now, autopilot is on, and we're using the navigation, and it's from the captain side. We turn the captain side's autopilot on. This is our heading tape, or indicated airspeed, or I said heading tape. It's our indicated airspeed correction. Up at the top will be what we have set here, the target, and what we have here in the white is the actual indicated airspeed. Next to that, you have your artificial horizon here. Okay, you have your pitch ladders, and then of course you've got your flight director here, and you've also got your thrust or acceleration vector caret there. Here you have your autopilot features that are on. So once again, redundant. We are navigating on the iNav from the captain side, and we are on the auto throttles, if you will, indicated airspeed. Again, this is your vertical speed indicator here. Of course, indicates how much we're pitched up or down. This is our target altitude of flight level 180 or 18,000 feet. This is our altitude tape, of course, increments of 500. This here at the bottom refers to our landing minimums. This here is our barometric pressure. It's obviously in inches, but if you go, you can switch to the hectopascals or heptapascals, whatever you call it, heptapascals. Here is our HSI. This is where we should be flying according to the flight plan 024. This is actually where we're heading, and the variation may be simply from wind. Our HSI again, heading indicator. Got our compass there, a CDI. This down here says where the nav source is, and then it gives you the information, course, and distance. And these, of course, on this, which are mirrored in, would be if we had TACANs that we were reading. These would point somewhere around this row, so you knew where those were at. This here is our radial altimeter. So this is the radio being shot to the ground, which is the actual distance from us to the ground. You can see, because we're over the water, it's going to be the same pretty much. If we were over mountains or any other terrain, there'd be a difference in the two numbers. And you can see, for us to hold this speed, our climb has been reduced to about 500 feet per minute on the vertical speed indicator, telling us that. This here is the time in Zulu. It makes sense. I've been streaming for about an hour and a half. The mission starts at 08, so an hour and 33 minutes we've been here. Let's see, Doc. Oh, you didn't miss anything, I don't think, Doc. We haven't gotten to the drop part. That's coming up. So this is the primary flight display default, as you'll get it when your aircraft is all aligned and all that good stuff. Now, coming up to the HUD, a lot of that same information will be redundant here, but then there's some additional information in the HUD that you per se you don't have down here. For example, one of those data blocks would be this part to the left. This part at the very bottom, it says track. It'll be R or left. What this means is, off the prescribed flight plan, which of course we can't see because my thing likes to slew over when I haven't calibrated it. If we're flying the flight plan directly on the track that is prescribed by the mission editor or the flight planning or the mission specifics, this would let us know if we're flying left or right of that and what that deviation would be. Right now, there is no deviation because we're right on it, so it says 00. Also in the data block, it has which waypoint we're going to, which is Whiskey 2. We've got 64.3 miles to go, and it doesn't say the heading because we're actually on the heading. Time to go, we have 13 minutes and 24 seconds to get there. Moving above that, you have your speed indicator. The little line within the circle indicates the speed you're at. The outside caret indicates the speed that you set here, the target speed. Once again, you've got the indicated airspeed up here. Again, redundant autopilot. The captain is on his nav source, which is taking information from the CNI. Up top, you have your heading tape and your course, which both are two in the same right now. But let's just say you were flying a VOR or an ILS, uses the same technology. Your course would correspond to the heading that you want to be on to either capture, or the heading that your course is going to be on for your flying a VORTAC or a VOR, or your ILS. Let's say you're landing on runway 27, where you can assume that your course is going to be somewhere between 270 and 279, depending on true and magnetic variation as the earth and everything does change. Here again, you have the actual heading that we are actually on and flying. These are the ones that it is set to based off the iNav. Then of course you have your heading tape. You can also see the heading indicator matches up with where we have our heading indicator here. Let's say I move my heading indicator, you'll see it move. See, it's moving right to left. We'll just put it right back in the middle. Again, more autopilot stuff. We are indicated airspeed, and we have the altitude selected so that when it gets to our target altitude that we set, it will switch to alt, and this will extinguish because we will be at the prescribed altitude select. All right, moving down this data block here, we've got the altitude here, which is 18,000 feet or 230 meters if you were using meters. We don't use meters for the most part here. We're using feet. So this is going to be our target altitude in meters and feet. This one here right below it is our actual altitude, which again, you can see it right here, 15,860s, or in the military world, Angels 15.8. You can see down here, we are climbing at 200 feet per minute, which is also redundant on the vertical speed indicator here. And this symbol here, and I'm not quite sure actually this symbol here, but I think this has to do either with radar warning threats, like they'll come up here. I think that's what that is. Doc, are you here, Doc?
I am, yes.
Okay, in the HUD, just below your vertical speed indicator, there's like a crosshairs. Is that a little RWR situation there? Or do you know what that is?
No, that's your TACAN. So when you're assigned to a TACAN, it will give you the bearing and range and everything.
Okay, roger that. But there is the way to put the overlay of the RWR on the HUD on this one, or no?
On the HUD, I don't believe so. You can put it over your nav radar, which like I don't fly. If I have my HUD down, I don't fly with the PFD. I have my nav radar right there.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll do that now. Stand by. So what, Doc?
Cross track, by the way, that is super important when it comes to carps, because you can, in the carp program, you can set a minimum or a maximum that you can be left or right, and if you exceed that maximum, it will not drop, and you'll have to completely reload the carp.
Okay, so that's perfect. I'm glad I explained that then, so that they know that. But basically, what Doc is talking about, where we talked about being left or right on the track, and you set it up digitally in your carps program, which will make a precision drop for where you indicate after you set the flight up. If you are too much out of tolerance, left or right, the weapon or your cargo drop, I'm sorry, if it's cargo, troops, whatever, will not release because you're too far off the track and it cannot calculate a certain distance away from that because you're out of tolerance. So, thank you, Doc, for that. This down here is going to indicate your roll tolerances. This little, right now, obviously, we're centered. And then this down here is telling you where our navigation information is coming from, the CNI. It gives you the course and the distance. And there you go. And there you go. So the aircraft is struggling to get to 18,000 feet. So what I do so that it can pitch up, because it just can't maintain it, is I'll slow the aircraft down a little bit and watch what it does. I'm going to slow it to 2. It gives us our pitch so that we can get to our 18,000 feet. I've allowed it to use some of the speed to bleed off for it to pitch up so that we can achieve it, and then at 200 knots it should still have a slow climb. There you go. Until we get to our climbing altitude. And see, now that the speed has been achieved, the autopilot automatically is pitching the aircraft down, and we'll see where we fall. So on the turboprops and all jets alike, they do have a preferred climb speed, and then that could vary slightly depending on what your load is. Okay, so I'm gonna do my, well, what altitude above ground would you do your, what do you do your drops? I'm gonna be at 18,000 feet because I want you to start talking us on to this manual drop that we're gonna do of the FARP.
Oh, for a manual, I wouldn't do anything above like 2,000.
Okay.
Carps you can get pretty high with, but yeah, with manual you wanna be low. Because the speed that you drop and where you drop, especially in manual, like you're guessing 20 plus miles at that point.
Got you. So I'll get to about 160 indicated on the speed and 2,000.
Yep, that's good. And you want to have at least 10 degrees of flaps.
Roger that. And if the troops are jumping out the side door, you got to put the air deflectors up. But we don't have any troops, so we're just going to open the ramp. But I'll have you talk to us about that. We should be pressurized enough to open it without doing anything special once we get to 2,000 feet.
Yeah, once if you hold the door button and it says unable or no press or cabin pressurization, just turn it to no press. Honestly, you don't need it if you're under 20,000. But that's just, again, it's personal preference at that point, to be honest.
Right.
There is a checklist in the tablet for pre-drop as well.
Roger that. Okay, let me get over some terrain over here, and we'll get ready for the drop. All right, guys. So what we're going to do now is we'll keep the aircraft. We'll say at about 200, but we're going to start descending. So then we'll go manual. Let's go down to 2,000 feet. Started climbing. We just said altitude select while we're getting this ready. All right, 2,000 feet. Now what we're going to do is because we're still on autopilot, I have to hold the pitch override. And remember what I said, if we want to do 3 degrees nose down, we can come here to feet per minute, basically. We're going to set it to -3. And on our HUD now, this is where it's at. So we can essentially, and I'm pulling the power a little bit because the indicated airspeed is coming off. Hoy, no, papa, no tengo sueño hoy, pero gracias. James was just asking me if I drank a Red Bull because on the last stream where I was flying, where was I flying? Oh, I was flying, I was driving American Truck Simulator.
Or Selector, whatever that thing was.
Yep.
Make sure before you drop to have that like +8, you want your aircraft kind of like low riding in order for them to fall out the back correctly. Because if your nose is too far forward when you hit jump, they're just going to slide straight to the front of the aircraft.
Right. I saw, yeah, once you release it, you should be between like a 2.5 to 4 pitch up angle for the aircraft, is what I read. But we'll see. So what do you put it at? About 2 degrees nose up?
Oh no, I put mine at like 9.
Yeah. So yeah, and I'm going to show them how we'll do that with speed. Slower we get with flaps 10, the aircraft naturally is going to want to keep pitching up. Correct. Because we'll do it on autopilot. So,
I've had good and bad luck with it. Sometimes it's very situational. Like whenever I've like done like manual drops and carps, is even at 50% flaps at 170 knots, it doesn't want to pitch up for me sometimes. I think it's my trim that's like counterbalancing it, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I was looking at some information on that. Which is vastly different than the free mod. The free mod, you can just be level. Oh, get them out. But yeah, not on this one.
So in the free mod, they had it like modeled where it was a release chute, not a static, where it just slides out the back and then it releases. There is progress that's being made on their end about using release chute. So instead of having to pitch forward, it just deploys the parachute out the back and pulls it out the back. Right now it doesn't work, but they say it's going to work eventually.
Right. Good information, my G. And now one thing I want to note, guys, we're about 7 miles from the waypoint. If we stay this, the aircraft is going to make a left turn and follow the rest of the flight plan to waypoint 3. However, we are going to go into the heading mode. So make sure your heading mode, before you activate it, that you have your heading caret or indicator where you want it. So we're going to go heading. Boop. And that alert is just telling us that we went from heading, or that our waypoint was coming. So once we do our descent, we'll turn back towards the field, which we're basically flying over now. Okay, we're decreasing in speed. This is good. Get some water here. Been doing more talking on this stream than I should have. Now, most all pilots only fly with information that their eye can see if they need it. At this point on the HUD, we no longer need this information because we're basically flying the aircraft on the heading mode. I'm going to get rid of this because I don't want it on there because it's distracting. Okay, we're about 12,224, so we're doing good. So let's start looking as we descend at a good place to do that. So I'm going to make left turns. So 30, roughly 205, and roughly 115. So this one, we're going to bring it to about 295. So all that terrain down there looks good. (10,000 feet). Landing lights can come on. So we can't extend it just yet. It's saying that the limit is extended. Speed limit, so we need to slow it down a little bit because the lights do have to extend. Okay, pretty much coming out of that turn. And we'll keep it going to about 205. So there's the airport over there. So we'll try to drop it between the airport and that area over there. We'll try to drop. Our drop zone is going to be in this area right over here, so it's not too far off the airport. And what is cool about the Digimap, you get this little tadpole off the front of your aircraft, which indicates your turn and the direction you're turning, which is nice. And you can see we're pretty much flying an extended left downwind for those runways. Whew, excuse me. All right, 7,000, doing good. Let's check our totalizer on the fuel, 29,730 pounds. All right. We'll just continue to fly that outbound. Another thing about the C-130, this really should have said Whiskey 1, but for whatever reason, it treats where you're starting from as Whiskey 1. Therefore, your first waypoint is going to be labeled Whiskey 2. So just know that, and your C-130, it's advanced a digit than what your actual waypoint is. It almost reminds me of the Chinook in DCS. Oh my goodness. Hey, retired, how you doing, my G? I am doing well, Fam Bamaruski. I hope you're well. Thanks for asking. Just over here doing a little training here in the C-130J, and I will say it's very well modeled, and I actually enjoy flying it. All right, Doc, we're going to do left base, then I'll do left to final, but I'll deviate off to the right, and we can start getting set up for the drop.
All right, there's super easy. Like, it won't take that long to get set up for a manual.
Okay, roger that. All right, left turn 115. Says brings back memory. Yes, sir. So the runways are going to be off over there. We'll get a better look here shortly. Okay, the runways are here. We want to drop basically in this area. Okay, Doc, I'm at speed. I'm ready.
All right, so pressurization should be no press.
Okay, now I'm gonna find that on the tablet, right?
The pressurization, it's on the pressure panel on the co-pilot side.
Check altitude. Check altitude. Check altitude.
Okay, boom. Flaps to 10. All right. Come on, track IR. All right, he's saying up here.
You just hit H to shut her up, by the way.
Yeah, I got a button. Okay, so switch it to no press, right?
Yep, no press, and then
Okay.
you should be able to open the door.
Okay, let's see that.
Yeah, I don't use track IR in this thing. It's the only aircraft I doubt. It's just too much to look at.
Okay, door's not opening. What do you think?
You gotta hold it. You can also open it from the cargo menu or the pilot site.
Okay, I just don't know why it's not opening. It's not opening.
Do you have hydraulics on?
Ah, that's it. So, folks, well, yeah. So we got to get hydraulics on. Make sure we're keeping speed here and altitude. Okay, cool. Let's go altitude select on here, and this is what he was referring to. Let's let it pressurize. Okay. Thank you, good sir. Door is opening up now.
All right, on your aerial drop panel, you're going to turn caution on. Don't hit jump.
Oh.
Do not hit jump, whatever you do.
Right. Okay. I'm going to put you on Discord now so you can see live. All right. There, I didn't share the application, just the screen, so you can see and you don't get the noise. All right, I think I'm ready to drop them, baby.
So on your aerial delivery panel, you hit caution, right?
Okay, caution's on.
Caution is just a warning. Typically, you'll hit it at, like, when you do a HARP, it's your 2-minute mark. It'll show up on your HUD saying HARP 2 minutes or 2 minutes. And that's when you turn caution on. It gets the Loadmaster ready for everything. And then when you're ready, go ahead and put drop computer into auto. It doesn't really matter, but it's just double checking.
Copy that. I'm gonna pitch myself up really quick.
And then when you're ready to drop, you just hit the jump button.
Stall. 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 Stall.
Sorry, I got a little too slow. I got too slow. Hang on.
Check altitude. Check altitude. Check altitude.
Okay, now what do I do? Need to do next for the jump?
Check altitude. Check altitude. Check altitude.
So typically what I'll do on carps is once I get to the carp point, I'll actually turn off autopilot and manually fly it, because autopilot will try to keep you on the dead center and it wobbles back and forth.
Okay, got it all off. Am I ready to hit jump?
Check altitude. Check altitude.
Okay, you ready for me to hit jump now?
Altitude.
Yep, if you're ready to drop, then hit jump.
Check altitude. Check altitude. Check altitude. Check altitude. Check altitude.
And then it should just slide out the back. Yep, there it goes.
There we go. Awesome, my G. Awesome.
1,000 to go.
And when it hits the ground, it will build into that fart. And just so you're aware, the dynamically spawned farts that DCS has don't have any cargo in them, so you have to bring cargo with you to fill that, essentially. But I mean, it's a fully functioning port, so like you can bring a Chinook and drop everything off, and then it's good to go.
Right, yeah, you still got to resupply it with fuel and stuff, is what I read. It's pretty cool. Oops, wrong button. All right, so we're gonna go land, and then we're gonna go check the FARP out. So what we'll do, guys, is we'll land here, and we'll see how the FARP is looking.
And the cool thing about this C-130 is you can actually land anywhere on the map, pretty much, as long as it's flat enough, because you can stall this thing pretty easily.
Roger that, my G. All right, you guys, we're gonna come in for a landing. We'll just manually fly it from here. I'm just trimming. Do a little bit of roll trim here. Okay, we got good altitude. Let's get over the water, and then we'll come in. We'll leave our hydraulics on there. All right, let's slow our speed down below 180.
To go.
Okay, we'll fly this heading. Now also too, if you guys wanted to learn anything about these locations, you could go to nav and then nav aids, and this gives you like the closest airports. You can send the notes. It gives you the VORs or the TACANs, all the information that you would need. You could use it there, but we're not going to use that right now. All right, let's come in for the landing, mates. We're about 180, so we'll keep it nice and slow. We're 2,450 feet above the water.
For the that map that you were just on, that's DCS web editor. You can actually get that on any aircraft on your own tablet. I use my tablet. I've got a app that I made specifically for the C-130, so I have all my checklists on my tablet too. So I don't even open that screen unless I'm dealing with cargo.
Nice. I see. So you do the whole checklist, everything, that tablet onto your tablet. Is it an iPad you have, or is that an Android one? Alright, let's get a little speed here. We're going a little bit too slow. Flaps are all the way up.
Yeah, and with that nav aid, I have an iPad, but you can use that app. It's somewhere in the general chat of the Mad Dog stuff. But with web editor, you can proxy stuff. So like you can use your phone, you can use a second screen, and it's literally that map. So you can use it in the F-18, whatever. It doesn't really matter.
That's pretty dope.
It's honestly one of the coolest like unknown features of DCS. He's got a paid version that's just better, but he's got charts and everything on there that's super helpful for especially the C-130 with the glide scope numbers and everything for each airport.
That's pretty dope, my G. Now, let's say I play rotor heads and I, fly this thing to pick up the people from the MASH or the cargo. Is this thing use CTLD, or is it, or how do you do that in rotor heads when you want to do the resupply and all that?
So, yeah, it uses CTLD. I believe it's a mixture of both. They've got it on their wiki now, but the other day whenever we were playing, I don't know if you remember me saying I think that's how they do it, is the Hercules actually lands at the mashes to empty the mashes, so it can pick up all 30 patients from there. But once that mash is full at 30, like if a helicopter brings another one, it won't let them in there. You have to use a separate mash.
I see. Right. I was just wondering, like when you land at the mash to pick those people up to bring them back to a base, do you use CTLD to get them on there, or as soon as Hercules lands, does it recognize and they get on?
I don't know. To be honest, I haven't done it yet.
I see. I'm gonna try it.
I think it's with the CSAR options. I'm not entirely sure.
Oh yeah, maybe, yeah, because that makes sense. It's a Caesar function.
I know with the crate system and everything they have, it 100% is use CTLD. When they first introduced it though, it was using dynamic cargo, where you have to know what's needed where.
Right.
Which was a little bit of a pain in the butt.
All right, my G, we're about to get on the ground, so I'll land it and then I'll park it. I'm gonna leave it on though. We might still take back off. I just want to go check the FARP and make sure it was made.
No, you good.
All right.
Which one did you choose? The big one or one of the minimal ones?
It's like a small one. But stand by. Let me get this landing done, and then I'll come back on and we'll go check it out. All right, guys. So we're going to go ahead and come in for a landing now. We're just trying to line ourselves up nice and smooth with the runway. About 10 miles out from a sea level, you want to be about 3,000 feet above. So we're close enough. All right, start bringing in some flaps. He said I could get used to MREs. Next stage of flaps. We definitely overshot a little bit, but that's okay.
Check altitude. Check altitude.
Next stage of flaps. Now, when we land, you don't want to go full beta, trust me. Okay, gears coming down. All lights on. Now we're adding a lot of drag, so gotta watch your powers. We're gonna land on the right runway. It's got it visual. Okay, we're going to go to flaps full. We're going to keep our final approach speed about 145-ish. Landing gears down, 3 green, flaps to full, all lights on. Same as like a fighter jet, you want to put the flight path marker on the edge of the runway, then walk it down as you land and get into your flare. You will need your pitch elevator for this one. All right, bringing that speed back for final approach. Speed's coming back. Pitch up.
Minimum.
Continue. And off the throttles. Touchdown. Beta. All right, remember you want to get back on that. There we go. Don't forget. All right, don't forget. You got to remember your rudder pedals are what your situation is. All right, there we go. I could have done better with that, but yeah. So getting this thing on the ground is a beast. Okay, I'm back to where I have tiller control. All right, manage on that carrot. Brakes. And see that's one.
Turn your APU back on.
Right. Well, that's one mistake I made the other day. On my final, I usually turn it back on.
So you're fine until you hit those low ground idle. Once
Right.
you hit that, game over, dog. You don't have to completely restart everything, but you do have to realign, which isn't that big a deal, but.
All right, let's get APU on. And that's how we landed, guys. So the one thing that we'll need to do next time is make sure we turn the APU on, so that when we come and get in the low power, that we've got that extra power in the low ground idle. All right, APU's coming up. But other than that, pretty smooth. We don't need bleed air. power up. Okay.
Go to your CNI, or not your CNI, but your AMU, and you'll go to where you were earlier in your nav select.
Okay,
and then
I'm
EGI
there.
power.
Ah, okay.
And then master EGI off.
It says off now, so should I click it on?
And then once it's off, just click on again, and that will cycle your EGI. You'll have to verify it. And then verify it back on.
Okay, I hit it. It
Which
still
is just-
says verify off. How do I get it on? It's still saying EGI power off. I'm clicking it, and then it says verify EGI off.
And then you can click EGI 1 and 2 recycle. It may have you verify that as well. And then it will take about 2-3-ish minutes, and then your attitude and everything else will come back.
Okay, I recycled them. It still says master EGI off. Should I still leave that off because it won't let me turn it on?
Yeah, that's just what it says. But once you cycle it off and then you recycle 1 and 2, it'll do its own thing.
Okay, roger that. Now we're gonna get out and see if the old FARP was made. Sorry guys, I'm orange. So this has been a bit of a peculiar stream. Let's get little tunes on here while we do this. All right. So we dropped a FARP. Okay, here's the 10-foot container. What is it when you click on a container? Is it F7?
8, 9, one of those.
Definitely not 9. I'm on some boat.
Try something. Is it still falling?
No, it's got it. It says container speed heading 8, 7.
It's still falling.
Seriously?
It's rocking. You can go to that airport right there and just F11 over there.
Okay, roger that. So we'll figure out what the heading is first, then we have F11 over there. So here's this boom. So 057 for 6. Okay. Okay, we said what? 056. Roughly here.
Should be able to see it pretty clearly. Those parachutes are massive and they don't despawn.
Okay, roger that.
I think it's shift and it will speed up.
So I definitely don't see anything on the horizon. So let's see where she be.
I thought you could click on him and go to...
Yeah, I did too. But because the problem is if you land and get it out, you're stuck in the FARP.
Yeah. I've airdropped them before.
Yeah, and I believe it works. I'm just like, container, where are you? I mean, it's 6 miles out. Let me speed this up. I think I see something in the distance there.
Got a short little mission in Afghan that's your whole objective is you just take off and go drop a FARP and then resupply the FARP.
Oh, I see. Okay, I think I see the parachute. I think I see it over here. It's like, I don't know if it's glitching out, but I do see it. And it looks like it already made the fart. I see vehicles right over here. Let's see what's happening, man. Either that or it failed and it never created them, because I can see the chute.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible too. Is this the advanced options fart?
Yep. Advanced options, create FARP. So it might have created it. Let's just see. It might just be the chute glitching because you said it doesn't despawn or anything.
Yeah, that's massively annoying. And the rudder heads say specifically tell you don't do drops on one side because the chutes will block people from spawning at the farps.
So yeah, this is definitely where the chute is at. I don't see a FARP though.
Oh, I think it landed on a tree. See how it's not like on the ground yet?
Right, and it's not even...
Something's fucky wucky.
Yeah. Look how small. It's like tiny. Maybe that's what it was. It landed. Oh, look at this thing.
I've never seen that before.
Well, we found it. It's here. No FARP. But the box is here. That's good. So I wonder if when you throw it, because remember this is the FARP, and it's not an advanced waypoint option. It might be. Let me see, because when you select it and you go to the advanced ones. So I know what it is. I think it needed to be dropped closer to waypoint 2, because I think you do the advanced options, which I'll go check in a minute, and you select it per waypoint. That's probably why it didn't spawn. But no, that's not true.
I do that before.
Yeah, I'm like, man, me neither. Because I landed the other day, got it off, and it built the FARP. But that was when I landed, opened the door, and then unloaded the cargo.
Yeah.
I wonder in this. No, because the cargo menu, because that's the DCS function. That's not even part of the plane. So that's weird.
Let me check the forums real quick. Maybe there's a issue with them.
Yeah, and it could be a glitch on my DCS. Could be a number of things. It's like the parachute wants to fall, but it doesn't. All right, so we are going to quit this from now. Your boy's going to take a little break. Now, Doc, are you going to do any DCS? Because we can get into some like A10s or something for a little bit if you want.
Yeah, I don't mind. My son is passed out in his playpen, so we're good.
Sweet. What you want to do?
It don't matter. We can do A10s. We can do some C-130 work.
Oh, I can stay in the C-130. What you want to do? What mission should we go to that we got online? Or is there a server, something we know about, or we can get in? Hey, we can get in rotor heads and try to go land over there and figure it out together. It is training.
Yeah, we can do that. I'm a waypoint, or I'm a flight plan master at this point, man. I can do that in like 2 minutes.
Sweet, yeah, because we can also use the digimap or the coordinates, and I saw how to put them in. They're pretty good, and you just go put it down there. You add a data block, then you name it, and then you add it to the flight plan, right? That's how you're gonna do it too.
I use MGRS for mine. Just on the map that I use, I just click on where I want the waypoint to be, and then you just enter the MGRS coord, and hit enter, and then it creates it there. Or I use the VORs that are already like on the map.
Oh, right. You just program the VORs. Yeah. And just... All right. Well, you know what? We'll see once we get loaded up and you're ready. I'll have you walk us through what you're doing once we get to the point. We could do it with the APUs running, so it's not so loud before we start the engines. Or for me anyway, you're probably going to do auto start, I'm assuming. So, I'll get my...
Oh, no. There is no auto start.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know that. So everybody's starting it up from scratch. Okay, cool. That's good to know. They should do that with all the planes. Forget that auto start crap, man.
Don't tell Money that, man.
I know. Yeah, I know that. I know. I've been flying with that dude for like a decade. I know him.
I told him I think it was like 2-3 weeks ago. I told him, I was like, man, you should just add dynamic starts. You don't even start your aircraft yourself. He's
Right.
like, man, shut up.
Yep, that dude does not like starting them himself. All right, so let me find the rotor heads. I'll load in, and then I'll take me a little break.
If you want to dual roll it, I can get in your
Yeah.
Start it for you.
I mean, yeah. However, or we can do our flows. We can talk about who's gonna do what, and
I just popped my back.
ooh, nice. I was like, we could do like flows or whatever. So, I don't quite know the C-130 flow, so we'll be kind of winging it. But you know, we could do it even by checklists. Like you can start running the power up. However we want to do it. If that's how you want to do it, we can both be share cockpit if you want. You let me know.
Yeah, I'm done with that.
All right. So I'll
Finally
find.
got my yoke back on my desk, so.
There we go. All right, so I'll load in one. We'll get you in there, and then we'll work this bad boy together because it is going to be cool, kind of, in a co-pilot.
Yeah, there is specific stuff that's like meant for me to do, like anything on the right hand side pretty much in any like subsystems is all me, and then like major systems are you, and then cross check each other to my knowledge.
Right. How about we'll get the aircraft started up and everything. You want to take it off right seat, or you want to land it right seat? One of us to do the takeoff, one of us to do the landing.
It don't matter to me, either or.
All right. Well, I'll be captain. You're taking off first.
Roger that.
Yep, and then, or we'll do 2 runs. You do the first takeoff and landing, and then when we take off again, I'll do the takeoff and landing, and I'll be your co-pilot because they're gonna see how much easier it is when you have a co-pilot, like me doing that. It's way easier. I like
this way. Me and Mikey did, I think 2 hours, 3 hours in a C-130 in a single flight, where
Wow.
we did 10 different sorties, resupplying different bases on one of Money's missions.
Bet.
And yeah, definitely, because like I'm a nerd, man. I enjoy doing like flight plans and stuff like that. I mean, that part's easy to me.
Me too. I do all. That's why you see in all my streams, all the aircraft that I mess with, I love doing everything, flight plans, getting it right, all the way. So that's me too. So I mean, if we're simulating real flight ops, then this is exactly what we would have to do. I would, regardless of what seat we're flying in, there's still going to be, PIC, flows, things of that nature. So, because this plane right here is definitely, you need a crew on this thing. You ain't doing this by yourself.
It is workload intensive. You can do it by yourself, but it is incredibly intensive. Like,
Yes. And I'm saying in real life, you would never be doing it by yourself unless
there's
everyone
no way
got.
you could.
Yeah, there's no way you could. That's what I'm saying. So if we're simulating, let's be real. Let's do it. How the Mad Dogs like it. We don't take ourselves too serious, but we want to get the stuff right. Then yeah, absolutely. This is going to have to be a staple of us doing this type of thing.
Yeah. So far, I've flown Blue. I don't think Blue's had the opportunity to fly with a co-pilot yet. But me and Mikey and me and Mac, especially when this thing first came out, me and Mac spent probably about the first 2 weeks just learning how to start it and learning all the subsystems and everything about it.
Yeah, that's what it takes too,
it's,
man.
It's intensive. It is very intensive.
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, that's weird. The server head rotors, like their map, is not starting.
Yeah, well, probably because the server right now I'm trying to join, and maybe I just joined at a bad time. Maybe the server was restarting, but it's not even loading me in. So take myself off. Yeah, let me check their Discord really quick.
Not restart time yet.
When is it? Because they usually do it every 6 hours. I'm gonna see are you in their server?
Yeah, I see where you're at. There is a little bit of desync in here, by the way. I haven't been to seat in a while, but the flaps were desynced last time I was in, so you have to double check them. Typically, they're always on the pilot side, of whatever he has them set at. And then some systems will show off for one person, but they're not actually off. I think they fixed majority of them.
Okay, got it. So what we'll make sure to be doing is to double check it. So once we do our checks and we say, is that system on, you say it's on, even if it's desynced on mine, then we'll roll it that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we'll double check it, and our words will be our, you know, whether it's really on or not. Because yeah, there's a couple other planes in DCS that it does that, or sometimes it just desyncs, so you got to learn how to do that.
Yeah, I haven't done a 2-seat on this server, just gray flag. So we'll see how it works. Are you wanting to move some cargo, or are you wanting to go pick up some of those mashes?
I mean, I don't really care. Either or. Like I said, it sucks that we don't have one on like one of our servers that we can go do. So we'll just be at the
I mean, there's on server 2 has them, but I'm kind of weary about doing that one because there's like non-stop red air.
Okay, yeah, so that wouldn't be good for us because we for sure gonna get blown out the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll try rotor heads.
Not ideal.
We'll try rotor heads because we can fly it in the safe area. We just because all the mashes are pretty much at the bases, so we just will make our approaches from, you know, safe areas where we're not flying over enemy territory.
It's got a really, really good defensive system on it too. Like, I've only been shot down twice in this thing out of the probably hundreds of sorties I've done in it so far, and both of those were just because the money missions. There's traps.
Right.
We all know it.
Right. He even forgets what traps he set for us.
He does, yeah.
Because he gets his own self sometimes.
But like that was about it. The only times I really, because it's got MWS on it, it's got a missile warning system on it, it's got an ungodly amount of chaff and flare. The RWR on it is superb. Like it's incredible how much information it will actually give you.
Right.
So it's not like crazy. You can do combat maneuvers in this thing pretty easily.
Oh yeah, that's what it's designed for. And luckily I've never had it, but I've seen it. I've never been in one while they do it, but this thing taking off combat landing and combat takeoff, well, pretty much you're gonna mess your shorts up.
Blue has a video of me landing in Afghanistan at FOB Salerno from 10,000 feet 2 miles away.
Woo!
I was not having it. I got shot. That was one of the times I already got shot down, and Money did a really good job at like the logistical side on that mission, because it was you could only do it with a C-130 or a Chinook, but the Chinook had to fly from Bagram all the way down, and that's like a 60-mile flight, and you would have to take off from the FOB to go back to Bagram to pick up to come back down, and it's just way too far. So the easiest thing was just bring a C-130, but in order to bring, you know, enough fuel for everyone, you're pretty heavy. So I was
right.
Total poundage, I think it was 160,000 pounds total, which is damn close to the max on this. And I already crashed once, and I wasn't about to do it again, so I came as high as I could, dove straight down on the airfield, and then 2 circles to slow down, and then planted it.
Right. I think I know why my DCS, it doesn't like it when you switch like a map Persian Gulf to Syria, because this is the Syria one, right? It's a Syria map.
No, this is Afghan.
That's probably why my DCS crashed. It didn't like it. The fact that
Oh, it crashed?
Yeah, it was my DCS that actually crashed, but DCS does not like for you to switch big maps like that.
Yeah, mine picks and chooses when it wants to work and when it doesn't. Weird how that reverts. So the next restart is in 46 minutes for this one.
Well, it looks like my thing is going to crash anyway because it doesn't like either the spawn location. It literally looks like I tried to spawn into that C-130 and my DCS is frozen again. So something about this server, because I see where you connected, it's not liking this one. It's not.
We can try gray flag.
Yeah, let's
No, that one has logistics. We can try ours. We can try server 2. I don't think he's got it set up on server 1 for logistics right now.
Yeah, we'll try our server because it's either the slot that I'm picking. I didn't see what my ping was, but this server is usually pretty good for me. So
if we really want to, I can probably get Mac because he's in the channel right below us. I can probably get him to fly an escort if we go on server 2.
Yeah, well let's go to our server 2. Let me just. Yep, that's
mine
close
is
program.
not loading anything either.
Well, yours is tied to mine, so maybe try to do a different spawn area, but it's not going to, because you joined my crew because I accepted you in the briefing area, but it's doing the same thing it did last time. So as soon as I said close program, it got me in the plane. I'm in there. So yeah, it let me in, so it must have been just a longer spawn time. So I'm in, but 43 minutes, we should just still jump out to our other server, huh?
Yeah. By the time we get started and everything, I'll be restarting.
Yeah, okay, let's go to our server. Yeah, but it did let me in. I think it was just this aircraft is maybe a whole lot heavier loading it in. Who knows? I don't know. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But... all right, we'll go to our server.
Let me get Mac in. My DCS just crashed.
Woohoo! That's all right. We'll go on our server anyway.
Proctus has been begging someone to do logistics anyway.
There we go.
I normally do it. I'm just not a fan of this mission. It's just too much going on at once.
Right. Well, we'll get in there and give her hell. Let's see any JTF. All right, y'all.
And I wish Navigraph would finally do something with DCS. I don't understand how they haven't done that yet.
That would be awesome. And they probably will, man. They have their hands pretty full with all the stuff they've been doing for commercial, but I met the team like all the way back in 2018. They're pretty cool guys. They're like from...
It would fit in perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect with the C-130.
It would, because I mean, a lot of people that don't fly commercial aircraft are going to have a harder time understanding like the CNI and all that. But if you fly Microsoft, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, dog? The good thing is we know how that stuff works already, so the learning curve is down. Like some of these guys that are just flying these combat missions, who are just loading stuff up on their pylons and looking at the weight only, they're going to get a rude awakening when you fly this thing, because now you technically have to worry about center of gravity, perf, the whole nine. Same thing we're worried about in the commercial aircraft.
That was me, bro. That was me. When I got into this thing, I don't fly commercial on Microsoft Flight Sim. I fly helicopters, and I fly like little Cessnas and Pipers and Dracos and stuff. So I was like, CNI what?
Right. Let's see. I'm gonna do the cold start one. Should we do from Al Dahur? What base you want to take off from? We
I
got.
have no idea where we're supposed to go on this, to be honest with you.
Well, the good thing is that Money, he puts the. Well, this whole mission is nothing but C-130s. I see.
No, this isn't Money's mission. This is
Proctus.
Proctus's, yeah, but it's the foothold mission.
Right.
So it's the entire map.
I see. Well, okay. I'm gonna
load into one of the JTF slots when I finally get in and see what I can.
Okay, you load
where
in.
we need to go.
Yeah, load in before I pick up one of these aircraft from. 'Cause I don't know which base is the best one to go from. So I'll leave it right here on the selection screen, my G. Matter of fact, while you do that, I'll probably take a quick break. So I'll be.
Gotta go drain some fuel.
Yeah, drain some water, that boy. You so silly, dude. Bam, bam, hammer. What'd you say the other day? Ham bologna.
Which one?
It was the other day. You were like, "Hey, what's up, fam bam?" And you said ham bologna. That's what.
Oh, ham slam.
Yeah, ham slam.
Hammeroni.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Something like that, my G. I'll be right back, dog. I'll be back. I'll be back, you guys. I'll be right back, my G's. Let me see if I can. I don't know what's. I'm just gonna put you on. Let's see. Well, I can't put you guys on anything, so it's literally gonna be right here. I'll be right back, my G's. All right, folks, I am back in action. Let's get a few things going here. Okay. All right, I'm back, my G.
Still trying to figure out what we're doing here. This is, it's not like straightforward, like this place needs supplies. Like I see a resupply mission down here, but I don't know what we're supposed to take down there.
Man, and Proctus checked in on the stream. He must be.
Interlec is probably where we're gonna. I spawned hot just to kind of see what was going on in the F10 menu.
Okay, so you said Interlec?
But it looks like that area is going to be our next resupply, but it doesn't. It just says resupply. It doesn't say with what. It says 1 out of 2.
Well, how about we do this? Let's just get in and grab some cargo and fly somewhere and drop it off, whether it needs to be there or not.
Works for me.
So where you want to take off from? See,
Interlec would probably, yeah.
Oh, the
one,
the one you were just in.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll find Interlec. Let's see where she be. Sorry.
And I accidentally left the server.
that boy backed out so far he left the game. It's funny, I'm typing in Interlec and are these dynamic spawns? Okay, there we go. Let's see.
Yeah, we can spawn in dynamic.
Let's see. No, I'm looking for Interlec. I don't even have Interlec on the list as a C-130.
Click on dynamic.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Cool. He just didn't put the one there. We're just putting ours there through the dynamic. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's what makes that dynamic spawn so cool.
And so like later, I've slowly convincing Money of this. Like I got him to finally like test it out and try it. Realistically, you only need like 2 open spots per airfield, and it will work. So you can kind of control where those spawn, but it's only in like those 2. But having that available for all your airfields versus manually placing down every single unit is vastly helpful.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you show them that, because I am gonna start making more missions again, because I was one of the Mad Dogs mission makers too. And I make quite a bit, but some of this stuff, yeah, I want to get in there.
Yeah, it's so easy now, man. With the mission tools I've made for like dynamically spawning air threats and ground units, it's so easy.
Yep, that's good.
Instead of having to manually place everything, you just put a trigger down and go, all right, I want this to spawn in this circle somewhere. And it is truly completely random.
Got you. All right. Let's see here. Let me shut my music off in here. All right, my G. So I'm in. That'd be cool if you looked around on your side. I could see where you were looking. I'm gonna take these pilots off though.
Yeah,
because man, the
kinda does, but
the co-pilot sometimes be looking like he's high. He does. Like the one time he looked like he was dead.
He is now.
Right, yeah. See that? He's dead. He's dead. Get rid of them. They need to do a little bit better job with the pilots. All right, my G. So we'll do that just right side. So I'll get everything powered up. Once I get to the point, I'll just call out APUs on and everything on just for desync. So some of the stuff I'm going to call out, and then as it's happening, if you're like, oh, I don't see it on my side, then I'll let you know on my side, vice versa, so we can see what any desyncs there are. So let me see where we're at on the field, because you're going to be the first PIC. Okay, so we'll just take runway 05 pretty short taxi out to the ramp, basically to the south, and we're going to go to the west, a little bit south, and boom, we'll take off. Left turn to the north, 05. And, you know, are you going to do the dynamic cargo here?
Yeah, we can do it here.
Okay, you're in charge of that too. But while you're doing it, you can, like, you know, walk us through, like, you know, what you're doing and everything. So I'm going to go ahead and do an APU start. I mean, having 30 something.
I mean, if you really wanted to, we could go drop a Moab.
Well, hey, I just get up and fly. So I'm going to turn it on. I think the fuel that we come, by default, it comes with like 37,000 pounds of fuel, something like that. We'll check the fuel and see if we need to add any more. But we're going to need to add the Moab on with your cargo thing. So that'll be all you, my G. All right, so I'll go ahead and get started.
Let me figure out what's going where. Okay,
while you're doing that, I'll get it as far as I can get it, and I won't do anything on your side. Which means if you're doing your side here in a second, once I get the battery on, you'll be starting the APU, so stand by. Okay, we're going oil coolers. We're going to do gens. Let's get some controls on for you guys. We're going to simulate battery test. Battery test complete. Hey, am I still streaming on Discord?
You are, yeah.
Okay, good, so you can see what I'm doing. All right, my friend, the battery's on. So I'll let you start the APU since it's on your side.
All right, just gonna wait for that the ding ding.
Roger that. The ding. All right, guys. So while he's doing that, let's already start looking at some stuff we know we're gonna have to check. And call it out when you're starting the APU because I want to see if, like, I can see the knob change and all that stuff.
Yeah, you can. That is one thing that they did.
Sweet. So that's that beep.
Right,
you
starting APU.
Yep, you can see he's doing it. Nice.
APU's coming on.
Yep, that's so dope. I hear it. This is dope. All right, let me know when you got the APU generator connected and the bleed air, please.
On APU power. Bleed air.
Thank you. Okay, while we're waiting for that alignment.
All right, let me, curious because you have ECBs turned off. I'm curious to see on, because I have them turned on. Okay, so it goes off whoever is the pilot. Is they're already pulled?
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to clear the DC cautions. Good.
Okay, I'm just waiting on alignment here.
To clear these cautions, you just go to ACAS store, one advisory, and then line down to the line you want, and then store message.
Copy that. Cool. I see. I'm looking at your side, man. This is so dope, Doc. We're gonna be doing a lot of this, Doc. We about to be doing a lot of this, homie.
This is fun, man. This is honestly one of my favorite, if not my favorite aircraft in DCS.
Yes, sir. So what we're gonna do offline, we're gonna work on our flows too. We're gonna get it down. Okay, master AV and auto nav on. I'll go ahead and jump out of defensive systems on since I'm down here.
Hydraulics on and doors coming open.
Thank you. That alarm just came from the countermeasures, but I put the defensive measures on down in the panel, and I've also got the trim tab up. Okay, you getting ready to load the cargo?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do some fuel, to be honest.
Okay.
We'll take it over to Haiti. It doesn't really need it, but it'll be fine.
All right, so he's got that on. He's got the hydraulic pressures on.
Are you wanting to airdrop this, or are you wanting to land and drop it?
You're pilot in charge on this one, so you let me know.
We'll just land for these.
Yeah, we'll do a landing and drop those. Come back and get some more. Then we'll airdrop those. Man, that thing's loud.
Yeah.
All right, let me know once you have the cargoes on. In the meantime, I'm just going to be doing checks. We're holding off, obviously, on the engine start, because they wouldn't be loading cargo with the engine on. It's like a hot mission, so we'll just stand by here for now until you get the cargo on. So, guys, this is pretty amazing.
Windows on, doors closing. Oh, there's a C-130 in front of us.
Yeah, he was the one making all that noise. Okay, you confirm the doors are closed. I'm going to go ahead and confirm you did APU bleed air on. Check. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and turn on our navigation lights. Steady, red beacon. We're going to start the engines. Can you please check your side over there to make sure it's clear to start 3? Just peek out the window, make sure there's no staff down there, and we'll turn 3 on.
Start.
Clear
What
start.
is this livery?
I know, right? I picked one from Arkansas with the white stripes. Oops. We're doing it though.
Dude, we're old school right now, bro.
Yes, sir. Okay, we're starting on 3.
Can you tell me if the lights are too bright or not bright enough?
Copy that. So far, everything's looking good. I see you got your pilot, you have the lights on. Yeah, they're looking good on this side too, brother.
Actually, where are we going? Haiti, right?
Yeah, that's what you said.
I think I already have a flight plan. So the cool part about this one is you can actually save flight plans. They save dynamically.
Nice.
So I think I have one from Answers.
Starting 4.
E and A.
You're going to be the PIC, so what I'll do is I will let you do your HDDs how you want, and on my side I'll probably configure the RDWR at my first screen like you said, and then I'll be using my HUD for the navigation for my PFD.
I gotta clear the way. This one's already set up with whatchamacallit.
So you can see
Flight
him
plan, so I
working.
gotta clear the flight plan.
Okay, roger that. So you can see him working on his side. Totally. So we don't need to do anything on our side at this point. Okay, we'll be starting number 2. So this is going to be dope, because when we do our missions, we jump in, man, you start working on the flight plan or vice versa, and I can be working on other stuff. So this is going to be a time saver.
You say which way we're taking off?
Yeah, we're going to take off to the north, runway 05, so I'll set our heading to about 050, just for the heading knob, just to be set, and we'll be taking runway 05, and I'll check the exact runway heading and all that stuff. Okay, 2 is stable, starting last engine, number 1. Going to look for some of that rotation on number 1. There we go. Beautiful.
LTDA.
I'm turning the APU bleeder off.
Okay.
And let me know when you're ready, and I'll give you a taxi briefing once we're all up and ready, so take your time. Okay, nothing on the kneeboard there.
I put the wrong name in the wrong ICO.
Oh, the wrong IKO for this one, for this airport?
Yeah, I was like, why is it not in?
It's all good, my G. I'll go ahead and
I want to get a little CDU to make this easier. Doing this on my screen is pain.
When you get a chance, can you set the air conditioning panel to air conditioning for the flight station and the cargo to on, as well as give me auto on the pressurization?
It is on. Just double check air conditioning. Do those say off or on for you?
Stand by. Let me jump to your side.
You won't be able to because I'm in the seat.
They say off for me, but if you confirm them, they're on. Okay, boom. Okay, now they say on for me. Or the off is extinguished, so they're on. Perfect.
Okay, there you go. Those are set and pressurization is set.
Okay, I see that. 73 both sides. Check. Thank you. Okay, gonna set flaps 50. 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, that works. So I can actually see that now. Nice.
Okay, ground idles activated. So when we run the checklist, we'll do them alternate, and we'll start from the power up and just breeze through them to make sure we did everything.
We'll do that.
So let me know when you're ready, and I'll start the power up. Then you run the next checklist, so on and so forth. So you let me know when you're ready for the power up briefing, and I'll also try to do my best to give you a taxi briefing here.
After that, I'm just finishing up the
Flight plan. Appreciate you.
flight plan.
It'd be nice if we had the actual chart for this. You know what? I can probably actually go on Navigraph for real and check Incirlik. I mean, it's a real airport. What's the IKO for Incirlik?
LTDA.
I take it back. It doesn't have it.
Yeah, sometimes they're on there, sometimes they're not. It's
Yeah,
typically what I found is
LTDA not on there. Yeah.
that sometimes it'll work, sometimes it.
It's actually good that you're the gonna be the pilot in charge, because my wife will get home in about 41 minutes. So if we're flying, I'll be like, hey, take the take the plane. Let me let her in the garage real quick.
Yeah, the only downside is I won't be able to taxi or anything.
Also, I have to taxi for you, but you can do the takeoff though, right?
Yeah, as long as I don't have to hit any of the taxi buttons.
No. I'll taxi us there, like in real life would be the captain would do it anyway. I'll taxi us there, and then once we get lined up, then I'll say, you know, your controls, and then bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah, it should be fine. Theory, as long as you know, we don't crash, which I don't think we will, but.
Well, I'll get us lined up to where, because once you take control, your brake pedals and rudder pedals and all that jazz should still be working for you on your side. So I'll get us taxied and lined up, and then from there, because are you able to use your throttle, or I have to do the throttle?
No, I should be able to use mine. I just have to request control.
Oh, right.
All right. I have it taking us near the water, but not over the water, and then pretty much a straight in approach.
Copy that. And with the throttles, I can get us to where I'm throttling us to take off. Then once you start doing your autopilot stuff, you'll just start controlling from your side anyway, so that's going to work.
Yeah.
So I'll throttle up. Yeah, I'll throttle up for you. Do you have to take control too with the yoke? Do you have to do the take control with that too?
Yeah, as soon as I request control, it will do.
Okay, am I going to get a message?
Yeah, should. I don't. There's ways to set it up in the mission brief.
I see. And what is the key bindings to take control? So when I want to take it back.
B. Yeah, see, you'll get that little pop up.
Oh, it's just B?
No, C, Charlie.
Oh, just C by itself.
Yeah, and you'll get that pop up. And then
Okay.
when you hit
Yep.
allow, I have control, and then hit C again.
Okay, so
I don't get a pop up. If you hit C, you automatically get control.
oh, I see. Okay. Well, you have it now, so you should be able to do stuff.
We did not test if
So do you want me to take control? I should take it back so I can taxi us there, since you don't have the tiller on your side, right? Or can you do everything now?
yeah, that's what I don't know. We never tested that. when
Well,
we were
we'll,
doing it.
well, we'll test it today, and if it doesn't work, I'll take control and taxi us over there. Because
We're just getting our told stuff put in now.
Roger that. So you let me know which screens are you going to want the map on. I can set that up right now.
I normally put the map on the middle where you had it, and then I put the ACOS over on the right, and then I have nav data up on the right.
Okay, so on 2, the Digi map. On 3, the ACOS, and then 4, you're going to do your tactical awareness, which will be your RWR. So I'll set that up now.
Yeah. Got some winds. This. We got a 22 knot crosswind.
Woo! Active runway is actually 23, so we'll have to back taxi then.
Is it? 1, actually, sorry. 1. 1801.
Nice. So that's not bad. We can still take off the north runway though. If the wind is only 1, that's nothing.
Yeah. 68 degrees.
Five zero.
Why is it not letting me put the... Whatever, it's fine. Barrow was... It's trying to get me to do the temperature, which isn't a...
RWR on, everything
Barrow
on.
was 3020.
With the altimeter. When you get a chance on your side too, if you could, on the hydraulics panel, turn the suction pumps on the bottom. They're extinguished for me that they're on, so I don't know if yours say off or on.
They're on. They're on for me.
Yep. Yeah, they're on. They're on for me now too. Okay, so you'd already did that. Anti-skid's good. Pressure's good there for the hydraulics. Good to go.
Yeah, that's weird. It's not letting me put the temperature in.
Maybe what format are you putting it in? Try to put it in the 2-digit format with the 0, 1. And you might have to put C or F. So is the temperature in Celsius?
It's in. It should have an automatic, like it calculates it. If you put like Fahrenheit in, it should read it. Versus Celsius, you can use either or.
Oh, okay.
But for whatever reason, I remember specifically doing it, just like 6.8, and you click on it.
Are you trying to do this for the takeoff refs?
Yeah.
And the told screen?
Yep. Hold in it, but that's fine. Be fine. Normal takeoff, anti-skid on. Oh, 4 engine rev. Any do that later. Do that right now. Index. Weight, our payload, which I need to put the where was that index?
Uh-oh.
Mission.
My DCS is crashing because as soon as I opened up, that's my bad. As soon as I opened up the tablet, it crashed.
That's fine. Let me save this if I can real quick then.
Because I think what happens is that's one of the no-nos not to open it up. Is that tablet?
Fuck. I was like so close to saving that route. If we let me look at the other one that I have, because I have another one that's already saved.
Okay, roger that. Let me start my DCS back up. It sucks too because I was going to check the tablet so that I could help you with the like if you wanted to know the weights of stuff in the cargo hold. I was gonna, because you get some of the stuff when you put it in there to put what cargo's in there to truly do it. You got to know what inches or whatever feet it's on the thing and plus the weight.
Yeah, the arm.
Yeah.
So in my little app that I made, I actually have a section where I mirror that, and then it tells me like I can just look at my own tablet instead of having it like that, if that makes sense.
Right. And maybe that's because are you using your tablet right now?
Yeah.
I wonder.
That's why I don't open.
Right. Well, I wonder if that had anything to do with why I crashed because your tablet.
No, I'm talking about my tablet.
No, I know, but I'm saying you're sending some. Well, maybe not because your tablet's just reading something from DCS. I'm just curious. So I'm gonna read the forums. Like in multiplayer, is that a common thing where that thing crashes you out when you open up the tablet?
I haven't seen it, but I mean,
because man, as soon as I hit Control C to open that tablet up, that was it. DCS started crashing.
So when it first came out, there was a lot of issues with it, and because it's still pretty unoptimized, that's why I use my own versus the in-game one.
I see.
Because I don't have the tracking and everything, and mine is completely separate from DCS. I have to, like, when I load the cargo, I have to go into mine and then put the stuff the same spot.
I see.
But I've got like a CG ball on mine, so I can actually see where our center of gravity is with the load and the fuel and everything before.
Okay. So I won't do that. So when we run the checklist next time, you'll read it off and I'll say check or not. That's basically what we're gonna have to do. So,
okay.
So
you should be good to open it. I mean, see if it happens again. I don't think it will, but
I'm gonna.
That's a first for me. I haven't seen that happen.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'll get in and open it up right now. I'm joining the server again. I'll get in the first.
Unfortunately, they have flight plans from a different airport, but that'll be fine.
Let me do a quick AI search here to see if that's happened to anybody else.
You can turn tracking off as well in there, and that should, if there is any issues, that should help clear some of the lag up.
And yeah,
telemetry on any of your flights.
Yeah. It's dope. It was like not laggy or anything, this one, but it's just like, man, I hit that tablet and it didn't like it.
Yeah, mine did not. When I first opened it, to put the cargo in, it was not having it either.
Let's see. DCS C-130J multi-crew tablet causing sim to crash.
Yeah, most of these, like the flight plans, I'll save them, and then the next time I come in, you just retrieve the route. You can save them under a specific name. I'll just click on retrieve and put it in there. And it'll work fine. I'll see if it will let me edit the other one, just the takeoff point. I don't know if it will.
Got you. All right, let's go to dynamic slots, Interlick, and I'm gonna go ahead and do it all over again. Not that livery though. What livery should I put on there?
I normally run the driest one, but it's got a Texas flag. I don't remember what the California one is.
No, we can run Texas. I mean, it's still part of the good old United of these here states.
Run the run the Russian livery one.
Yeah, with the big red flag on there.
Yeah.
Okay, is it, you said the Dias one? US?
Yeah.
Okay, boom, got it. 317 AW Dias Air Force Base. There we go. Let me put your rear gunner pod in there.
There's an achievement if you kill someone with that.
We should do that. I'm pretty sure you already did it.
No, the only way we could figure out how to do it like without cheesing it is to literally land in a hostile place and run out there as the loadmaster shooting.
I see. All right, I'll accept you in a minute. I'm just waiting for some more of my textures to load in.
Okay, mine is still loading still.
Yep, let me know when yours is fully loaded, then I'll hit accept.
I got the map and I see stuff moving, so we should be good.
Okay, I'll accept you now. Accept my G. All right, so we'll do everything like we did last time. I'll call batteries started. We'll wait for the tone. Then when we hear that tone, I won't even say nothing. You'll know you need to start the APU and all that. That's kind of good. Now we already had one practice flow ish. All right, you're in. All right, cockpit cold and dark. Yeah, I opened up the tablet and it was just fine. But
so if you go to log, there's on the far right hand underneath the note section, it says tracking. You click on that, it will disable tracking at the top.
Okay, yeah, I see EFB or tablet must be open to tracking and early access and unstable. So yeah,
right below the note section right there.
Oh, I see. It says tracking.
Yeah.
It says tracking enable.
Yeah, click on it.
Okay, disable. There we go.
That has been causing a lot of problems for a lot of people. When it first came out, it was bad, bro.
I see. That's probably what it was. Yeah, so I turned that off. All right, I'm still going to be wary to start that sucker up. I still may just let you do all the tablet stuff. You call it out, and I'll just say check. You know, just I don't want us to get that far. Especially I'm streaming right now. If we do that off stream, not a big deal. And plus, I've been streaming for 3 hours and 32 minutes, so we'll just do your tablet so we can actually do the flying, just to make sure it ain't going to crash.
Good.
Just to be on the safe side. Okay, I'm going to get my job done, so I'll turn everything on up to the battery, and then once you hear that tone, you know what to do.
Oh, the battery test, that does, I think they said it comes into play on multiple flights. So, like, if you have to shut down and repair and you leave the battery on and it's drained, or you take prolonged time to start the APU.
It drains the battery down, in other words, like it should.
Yeah, with that test, that's the purpose why it's actually in the checklist in here.
I see. And it's just that knob to the next, you just put it up to the north position or up towards the 24.3 and it'll run the test, huh?
Yeah. I believe it's left or right or one of the two.
Copy that, my G.
So with external power, that button you flip for the APU, if
Yeah.
you start ground power, flip it to external, and it will turn all your systems on all at once.
Right, because it's giving the full amount of power.
Yeah, so you know how like the APU, you have to sit here and wait for the ding, and then you can start.
Oh, I see.
with ground power, there's no waiting. Like you turn that on, all your HDDs, everything comes live all at once. You start navving,
I see.
start APU.
Check.
It's just a quicker way to get up in the air, especially on like long flights that you got to do. Sometimes it's just easiest.
Right.
Coming
Yeah,
on.
I think, yep, here it's spooling up. I think the next time I'll try, I'm glad I know this way, though, because let's say you land in the field and shut down. You ain't got no ground power out there.
You have to do it.
You
that
have
way.
to
Yeah,
start
there's no other
APU.
way.
Correct.
All right, APU's on. Bleed air coming on.
Check.
Maybe. Why is bleed pressure not coming on?
And my APU generator still says off, so see if you click it to APU. There we go. Now you can get your bleed pressure. Andale! There we go. Check. All right.
Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake.
Hey, that's why we run the checklist, my G. So I made mistakes too, like that. Just when I was starting up, I forgot one little thing. I'm like, oh, that's why we run the checklist. So you didn't miss it, my G. It was just, hey, trying to do this stuff off all memory. You're trying to do the flight plan. Hey, we got each other, my G. Okay, just waiting for it to align. So guys, we're just waiting for that to align. Let me get myself back on here, give you guys some controls. Not quite yet.
Get the lights on.
Copy that.
My for whatever reason, my DCS is way darker than everyone else's, and I don't know why. So like for this looks like daytime for me.
Got you. Yeah,
But
that's
for everyone else. The lights are like real dim.
yeah, and especially this aircraft. Everyone I've seen, even the payware one, it was. I mean the freeware, it was totally dark too. Like the textures on the. I think this one actually does a better job than the freeware because you could at least see something. The other one, it was just pitch black.
Yeah.
Like you would look up, you couldn't even see if you manipulated the button or not.
All right, let me see if I change takeoff location. That will delete the rest of the flight plan. I think it will.
Roger. Okay, I already got your screen set up how you like them. I'll check the ECB.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, all ECBs are in. Okay, we got that. That's uncaged. On top, got the power on. Bada bing, bada boom. Yep, and I'll let you do the flight plan and all that, and then I'll let you do your stuff on your side that you can do, and since the engines aren't started, I'll let you do the hydraulics panel and all that. So I'm just over here chilling and waiting, my G. Boom, boom, boom. We can probably get this
My
into the
nav
manual.
actually is not open. Tablet, like
On your actual CNI in the plane or your tablet?
in the plane.
And what you're not showing? What nav aren't you showing?
Like the you know how you open the tablet and go to nav.
Uh-huh.
I don't have that map at all.
Oh, I
It
see.
could be because I'm running a local for. I'm pretty much telling it to go somewhere else,
Oh, I see.
but it's not that big.
I understand completely.
SAP.
Will you keep working that? I'm gonna do your side stuff too. I'm gonna go ahead and do the hydraulics panel so I can stay busy since you're gainfully employed. Teamwork, my G. I'll even get the back door open up so you can get the cargo on when you're ready. this down. Get that pulled on. Oxygen is checked. Okay, that situation is pressurized. Back here. Yeah, you beat me to it. I was like, wow, my mind powers have opened this ramp up. Then once you load the cargo, I'll go ahead and fire up the engines. So cool. I could tell that you're in the load master position because it won't let me go there. That boy got that cargo loaded on quick.
Sorry, my mom brought my son home. Talking to her real quick.
Oh, yeah, no worries, brother. Yeah, in about 17 minutes, hopefully we're in the air. I'll step off, let you keep flying. So I can get my wife in the garage. She just is nervous the way... I got 5 cars, and I got a 3-car garage, but the 2 cars outside, I got to put them in a certain way so that she can get in, and then I keep my truck and my car on the other side, the main garage door, so that I can get out. So it's like a little bit of playing Tetris.
I just slammed mine in the little driveway we got.
Roger that. Yep. Oh, I got 5. I got to move them around, man. Playing Tetris with cars. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call out starting right engine. Is the right area clear, or engine number 3?
Stand by. Clear.
Check. Starting 3.
All right. Flight plan is entered. I'm going to save this one this time.
Copy that, and do me a favor, let me know when you activate it and execute it, so then I can update my nav selection for my HUD.
It should, it's already activated.
Yep, I see it up here. I got the time to go, and I've got distance. Okay, first waypoint's about 10.5 miles away.
That's stored, so I don't have to do that again.
Woohoo! What was that symbology I had asked you on the HUD? I was like, what is that? With the crosshairs, what is that again?
That's for the TACAN.
Oh, yeah, the TACAN. So I could help you navigate.
Load one in, yeah, when you load one in, it will give you the name of it and then like an arrow saying where it is.
Got you. Starting number 4. Boxed in.
So different people are saying different things about the arm, like where you're actually supposed to put it in the weight and balance page. I put mine at the end because that's the way Forever Fly Forward does his, and he's a actual C-130 pilot, so I'm gonna trust him more than anyone else.
Right, because the boy is actually doing it.
Yeah. So you just enter the weight of it. So like we're at 154,000 pounds total fuel, or total right now. That's including fuel, plane, and payload. Each payload is 76,000 pounds. So you just enter the weight, 76, 644. And if this was a cargo drop, you would do double slash, but because it's not, you would do a single. And then the arm. So I'm going to call this one at 605.
Got you. Because we're landing, yeah, so we'll do the 1 slash. I remember, yeah. It says not allowed. Maybe it's... Are we too heavy, maybe?
No, we're still within limits. The max takeoff is 176,000 pounds or something. But that's fine. Weight and balance doesn't really need to be done.
Right. But
we'll just call that good.
But no, I like you were explaining it because I was watching your screen, so that's good.
Right. So,
okay, we're going to be starting engine number 1.
And 4. Plays. That right.
This has been a really fun stream, by the way.
Oh, dude, this is peak like gameplay for DCS, to be honest. Dual, like with the Apache, if you got a really good CPG, with the F-14, the F-15, all multi-crew is just 20 times more fun.
Copy that. Oh,
if you look at,
you doing your
do
side?
you see the do you see the nav radar on your HDD? How it has the arrows?
Yes, sir.
So that means those are missile warnings, so someone's shooting at each other.
Yeah, well, I saw somebody getting schlacked just in the distance in the back, but I was doing outside view.
Yeah, so I run with mine on TAC and nav because you can have them both up at the same time. Just a little bit more situational awareness.
Got you.
And then the radar is coming on map, and then you should see your that radar start spinning.
Yeah. Okay, now how'd you turn that on?
So on your center radar screen right here below the landing gear,
Yep.
You turn the master on, and then mode to map. I don't remember what the different modes are. I want to say like SP is.
Oh yeah, you got weather. Yeah, you
something
got
for like ground. I only use the map, but there's different types of modes and different zooms.
right.
Like function beacon stuff. It's
Yeah, well,
all
some of these
technical
systems, yeah,
stuff, really
I'll
do
get
it.
into more, but yeah, that's cool. Okay, cool.
And the
All right.
HDD is on display too.
Okay, and just let you know, I did the suction pumps, I did the pressurization panel. You might need to adjust it to 73 both sides like you did last time, but it's an auto. Let's see. Air conditioning's on.
Let's check in the dig map real quick, make sure it's all correct.
Copy that. I'll get the make sure the ice protection is an auto. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the window heats on now. I mean the pitos on now because there's no crew down there. They cleared out smartly.
Trim tab, elevation on, set, flaps good. That radio doesn't work. Search radar on.
Did you set the flaps or should I set them? Because in mine they're still indicating up. I'll set them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, they're selected to 5. We'll wait for them to indicate.
CWMS is armed.
Copy that.
Double check that. Arm on.
Now you want to run the checklist, or we could just dip up out of here if you want.
I'm double checking all of what I know is on there real quick.
Engines have been put in a low idle. And like I said, if you want, I'll taxi us to the runway, line us up, and then I'll pass the controls to you at
Yeah,
that
if you want
point.
to go ahead and start taxiing.
All right, let me get lights on.
Taxi lights on.
Check. And let me do the flight controls check here. Flight controls check complete. Coming off the parking brake here. Could you please extinguish the emergency brake on your side?
It is off.
Thank you.
I turn that off like soon as I get in, just because I always forget it. Like that is, I don't know if you've taxied with that thing on. It is a nightmare.
Well, yeah, because the whole time I was training, I was actually taxiing with it on. I didn't know it to turn it off.
You know how better it feels without it on. All on guard. I'm close your FADEX, so they're on guard. Personally, I've accidentally turned those off while flying before, so it's not good.
Yeah.
Tube press. AP still on. Set. Gens on. Oil coolers on. Auto. All engines are green. We are green. I don't see any issues.
I don't know if I'm having a desync here. I don't know what's going on here. Let's see.
What's going on with it?
It's like it's struggling. It's not. I'm trying to move us forward. It just simply not. Okay, parking brake is back off now.
Yeah, I flipped it. I was just curious to see. Is it still doing it for you?
Yeah, I'm like powering up and it's not doing anything. I'm gonna hand you the controls here in a minute. Maybe that. Oh, I got us too far back. Let me get us back in the ground there.
Oh, the tiller is turned.
You know what? That was probably it. Let's try again.
You gotta put quite a bit of power in when that thing is turned. Bring that AWACS off.
Okay, we're doing good now.
There we go. Ain't bad at all. Reset my EFB. Yeah,
all right, guys. So we're taxiing.
If you didn't know, there is a different keybind or over here on the cursor selector. You actually have to put a co-pilot if you're in this seat in order to move it. If
Oh,
not,
really?
It's just gonna not do anything. So that's decent. Oh no, it's just because I'm watching it. Never mind. Go back into pilot. And if you did not know, if you put your HUD up, you will automatically get your PFD back on your screen. So it's a quick, easy way to get that back. You pop your HUD up and pop it back down.
Roger that. Turn the landing lights on, please.
They are on.
Thank you. I'll activate the strobes.
We're finally done moving my head all about. Time to get head tracking turned on.
Okay, I'm gonna set the parking brake and then we'll hand the controls over to you.
All right.
Okay, your controls. All
I
right,
gotta tighten my yoke before I rip it off my desk.
Roger that. And if you want to just sit here island for maybe 5 minutes, take a break. My wife's getting ready to pull up. Then I can be back in the seat while we take off. If that's cool.
Yep, yeah.
Okay, I'll
I
be.
can control the tiller from over here, by the way.
Nice, nice. Okay, so I'll be right back. Okay.
Roger that.
All right, you guys. I shall return in just a second. Okay, fam bammers, I am back.
Welcome back.
Okay.
When you're ready.
Well, yeah, it's your aircraft. You have the controls, so release the park and brake when you're ready, and I'll get gear up when you tell me.
Roger, what are flaps set at?
Flaps 50.
Rolling.
Copy. Take off. And 50 knots, you should have rudder control.
I do indeed.
80 knots.
And pulling back. My VDI is freaking out.
Stall.
Okay,
Stall.
call for gear.
Stall. Stall.
Wait till we get to about 140, just in case. This thing has been known to stall out here.
Copy.
My airspeed is freaking out, so I can't even tell you what we're at right now.
I'm getting ground speed. I'm not getting the air speed though either. Let me switch back to my PFD and see if I can get it there. I think we're, yeah, my airspeed, it's a desync. I got no airspeed either. We can go off of ground. We can go off of ground speed though. Gears up.
And start picking flaps. Go to 30.
Copy. Flaps 30.
I've never seen that before.
And
Seen a lot of other desync, but not that.
right. Flaps 30 is set and indicating. Now I am getting the speed though above where the speed is at. I'm getting the digital one. We're doing 163 right now.
That's what you got locked in on your.
Oh
is it
right.
changing right now.
Yeah. But you can. Why don't you do the autopilot? How about that? So if
That's what I'm about to set up.
Okay.
We took off in the other direction, so our flight plan's gonna go janky. Set our altitude.
Yeah.
Get that.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. We don't. And there's not even an analog backup speed indicator in here, huh?
Autopilot.
No, there's not.
Autopilot.
You just disconnect autopilot?
I just connected. Is it saying disconnect for
Well,
you?
mine says autopilot disconnect, but that's all right. As long as you have control. Is your autopilot working?
Yep.
Yep, no worries then. I just shut her up. It's probably a desync thing.
Oh, it 100% is. Maybe not. What is going on here?
Autopilot. Autopilot. Throttle. Throttle. Autopilot.
Yeah, my autopilot won't come on either.
Autopilot.
It's true.
Autopilot.
Oh, that's why my flaps are.
Oh, the flaps. Let's bring them all the way up. Yeah. Well, the last one you called for was flaps 30. There we go.
Autopilot.
Try that again.
Autopilot. 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 Autopilot.
Here, I'm gonna take control back with C, and we'll see if it makes a difference.
Autopilot.
Alrighty.
Autopilot.
Yep, our airspeed works just fine now.
Okay. Yep.
Immediately our airspeed took over.
Yep. And I got the autopilot on, so I'll go ahead. What were you trying to set on the nav? Well, we got to do a heading intercept now.
Yeah, it's set. The heading bug is already set. The altitude is set, so you just gotta pitch sync it, and then we're golden. Slow that down just a little bit.
Okay, I switched to the heading mode. And what was the heading that we were supposed to have, just to reconfirm?
I've got 109 entered. As long as it crosses our flight path for the it'll automatically nav cap it, kick us off.
Right. So I gotta turn this harder if we're trying to get back to the flight plan. We're actually gonna have to turn towards it. Because we're still doing that first waypoint that you have programmed in, right?
Yeah.
Which is to confirm ADA.
Yes. Is it turning completely around?
No, it's turning almost. Now I got us headed towards the line.
So if you want, what you can do is you can do like a 45-degree intercept, and it will. Because if you do like a straight T, it doesn't know what side to go to. So
Got you.
It will go either or.
Okay, I'll put it more in the 45 like this.
Yeah, what is our next leg actually?
Okay, there we go. So now I'm going to come back a little bit to the left to the 45, and we should intercept it at that 45.
Yep. It should grab it.
Yeah, we're still a little bit away from the line, but once we get there, it'll grab it. I think we're good right here on this heading. Okay, we're at Angels 8. 2 more to go.
Yeah, no, it's I'm gonna turn us to the left on that heading. I didn't cap it.
Because on mine, where the line is at, the digimap is still to us. So either it's a desync or, and on mine, it hasn't even reached the line yet.
Yeah, that is a completely different flight plan.
Oh, okay, so it desynced then. Because, or maybe, yeah. I'm going to check on my side to see what it is. Did you take control?
Yeah, I just turned the autopilot to the left. Yeah, there's something going on.
That's why I was like, hey man, we need to turn towards the line, but you can clearly see that our flight plans are different. So you can still do the heading and all that from your side, right?
You have autopilot. Yeah, it says it's autopilot synced, but mine is not working. Why is
well,
that?
because I got the captain's autopilot on, not your side.
Yeah, the ref panel. The ref panel doesn't matter. It will
Oh, I see.
So if I change something over there,
and it just did. Like, move your heading again. I saw the heading move. Yeah, so the heading is moving.
I've got it on heading mode though. Click heading on your ref panel. We're desynced. Really bad.
Okay, now
It says mine is off. Okay.
So yeah, you just tell me which way to turn. Oh, you know what? I see the other line now. That was my bad. So I think we do have the same flight plan.
No, mine's the one that I have doesn't go over the water.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna intersect the one you see. That makes a lot more sense then, because
There, because I just panned it out to the whole flight plan. How does that look? Because is it high sap that we're going to, that waypoint there? High sap? Mishap?
Yeah.
Okay, well at least I see that.
Let me actually hold on.
And you know what?
Change this down here.
I know why too. We need to go direct to that intersection because right now mine is scheduled to go to the 88. So we need to switch it to Mishap. Are we trying? Which waypoint? What's the name of the waypoint we're supposed to be going to?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
Actually. See if it'll fix itself.
There we go. Did you just do direct?
Yeah. Did it fix itself for you?
Well, I need to hit nav if you just did direct. So now I just hit the nav mode. There we go.
Flight plan change though?
Yeah, I saw the flight plan change. It went blue, you did something, now we're going straight. We're going to fly a straight path now.
Well, that's not...
Because what heading should
That's
we?
not where I have that at. That's the problem.
I see.
Mine is still completely different.
Well, maybe should I load your flight plan on my side? Because here, let's look at the legs on mine and see what it says. We'll get it figured out. Okay, read my legs for my track IR is acting dumb. Go to your side and see if you can read my CNI. Can you read mine? Sorry, I was talking to you without pushing a button. Go to my side and see if you can read my CNI and see if the points match up.
Yeah, no, those are correct.
So let me try to go direct from mine. And which waypoint? Mishap, right?
Yeah. There you go. Mine changed.
There we go. So I think I have to control it. There we go.
There it is. All right.
So that means that's what it is. I have to change it.
That wasn't happening the last time. That is weird how certain people desync different ways.
Well, and Mikey lives in Florida, and I live in California, so the ping, I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I don't know what his ping was and my ping was for the desync anyway.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense across the board, though. Like, my ping is 21, yours is 61, but then it just, I don't know, it doesn't make sense.
Right, and they're both under 100, so those are okay pings. But you know what, my G?
We're nav cap now, so we're good.
Yeah, hey, we'll keep training on this, my G, and then we'll figure out, like, between my computer and your computer what it is, because just to let you know, we're going to be doing this quite a bit, boy. And I want you to teach me the CPG so that me and you could do this and the Apache together.
Yeah, this is easy. Well, I don't want to say it's easy. The CNIMU is where it gets complicated because there's like different ways to do everything in that. And then with CARP, just makes it 20,000% more difficult.
Right.
But once you do like 2 or 3, they're pretty easy to set up. Like, especially in missions like this where like we're going to be doing the same flight path quite a bit, especially in Money's missions. You can get in, the first time you get in and set it up is a pain. After you get it down, I mean, you can knock those things out. Like once you save that flight plan and you can save custom points and stuff like that too on the map, you can get in, start up, and in the air within like 10-20 minutes.
I see. That makes complete sense.
So it's probably going to kick us off the off nav whenever we hit this next point because it's like a
if the turn is too short,
180.
Yeah, so all we got to do is go a heading mode to make the turn, and we'll turn early, and then we can get back on nav, and we'll just make sure we overfly it, and then we'll get back on there.
But this will put us on a really, really like straight in approach, pretty much.
Yeah, because the airport's right there. I mean, once we make the turn, it's not going to be that far.
Speaking of which, grab my tablet and get the tack in and everything put in.
Copy that.
So there's like 10 different ways you can do those. You can do them on the
Yeah, you can do them up here. You can just select nav.
NIMU.
And then, yep. And then there's T1.
It does not have a tacking in it. It does have an ILS though.
Okay, the ILS we can put in B1.
I do mine up here at the top.
Tell me what it is and I'll put it in. Tell me what the tell me what the ILS is and I'll put it up here in V1. The frequency.
It is 108.90.
Okay, stand by. All right, and the indicator should be India Papa Alpha. Is that correct? The ILS indicator should be, or is that the name of the field? IPA. Or that should be the ILS. So it is in 1. Make sure you got it. I just switched to heading mode, so I'll manage the turn.
Yeah, that's what it says. Oh wait,
Copy that.
should be HTY. Why is it not that?
Maybe there's a possibility we're reading another ILS or VOR, so when we get closer, it should pick that up. You get it? It happens it happens in commercial aircraft too. Like, so if you're trying to get the ILS too far out, it will read another frequency because you're too far out. That's why you double check it with the code there. Oh, I see you putting another one in.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so you'll just use 2. So you just gave me a different frequency. And
That's a VOR. That's
yeah, and what you want to do anyway, when we fly commercial, we still put it in both sides, the VR1 and the 2 for ILS. There we go.
yeah. So the ILS localizer should be I-hat, but it's on 108.90.
Okay, I'll program that in. I'll program that in
the
V1. Yeah, okay. Because like I said, it still may be reading another, but we're fairly close because I can see the waypoint over there where we're landing. Okay, FF2.
I-hat.
Yep, it's there. It went into V1. Perfect. 108.90. So yeah, maybe we need
the identifier.
I see. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start this turn here in about the next 30 seconds. And then once I start making the turn to go to the line, I'll go direct to FF2 and we'll be there. The little trick.
Probably start coming down too. What do you want the altimeter set at, or the altitude set at?
Right now, altitude is at 10. Do you know the field elevation? 10 miles from landing, we should be about 3,000 feet AGL from the threshold.
The elevation is 228 feet.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we got to watch these mountains here. Okay, here comes the right turn. Okay, I'm going to go ahead. Now I'll go direct.
Oh, that's a new one I haven't seen before.
Okay, we're back on nav now.
Bring us down to like 5,000. You want to park?
Copy that.
Purchasing goods?
Yep.
We're gonna have a crosswind or we have a crosswind right now, about 6 knots.
Copy that.
We get the weather info airfield. Same altimeter and wind is at 1 mile an hour.
Copy that. I'm going to start bringing our speed down a little bit. I'll get us to about 180.
Roger.
And I'll make sure we're 180 within about 15 of it.
I got a visual on the runway.
Copy.
I'll have to see what happens when Mandrake gets back. Him and I are the only two that aren't desynced
Throttle.
crazy. Me and Mac aren't desynced that bad either.
Okay, for a minute the throttle wasn't working, but I got it to work now.
Oh, were you trying to manually pull back?
Well, I wasn't trying to fly the aircraft, but I was moving the throttle. I disconnected the auto throttles because it wasn't allowing me to pull back and slow down.
Yeah. On your ref select, if you're on IAS, you can just wheel that back with auto throttles on.
Yeah, and it wasn't. IS automatically deselected once I. You can go ahead and take controls too because you're going to be landing.
You want me to land? I took off.
Okay, well, I'll land. Let me get a good visual of the runway.
It's right off our nose.
Got it. It's at a little bit of an angle.
Yeah, we're a little right.
Okay, I'll land it. Aviation geek in the house, man.
Is off quite a bit. There's something weird going on. That runway 22. Did I put the wrong runway in? No, I didn't. Oh, hold on. That way.
Okay, we are 9 miles out. Okay, I see what you're doing.
There you go. Now we're gonna. I don't have to worry about that.
There we go. So we're 9 there. Then I just got to see from FP22 there. It's probably 5 miles. Okay, why don't you go ahead and set me 3,000, please, on the altimeter.
3,000 set.
Thank you. Landing lights.
Are on.
Thank you. Make sure that tiller was straight, boy. Give me flaps 20, please.
Flaps 20.
Thank you. Please start the APU if it isn't. I think we left it on.
It is indeed on.
Okay, thank you.
It's approximately 6 miles from 22 to there.
Copy that. Thank you, sir. So right now that makes we're on a 10-mile final. What's the name of the base?
Hey, Tay.
Hey, Tay Traffic. I mean, you would normally be doing this, but I'm going to do it. Hey, Tay Traffic, C-130 gunship ×1. We are out of the east, northeast, on the heading of 212, establishing direct in, full stop, runway 22. High tide traffic. Set 2,000, please.
1,000.
1,000 to go.
Set.
Thank you. Not too bad for us working out these kinks.
No, not at all. This aircraft is incredibly forgiving to begin with. Unless you start with ECBs. If you start with ECBs and you gotta pull them and you miss that set, game over.
You're done. Okay, disconnecting autopilot.
Autopilot.
My controls.
Your controls.
Throttle.
Landing gear, please.
Landing gear down.
you. And flaps 50, please.
Flaps 50. Set. Gear is down.
Thank you.
Green lights.
Thank you. Next stage flap 60.
Flap 60.
Hey, take traffic, C-130 times 1, 5 mile final, runway 22, full stop. High tide
Check
traffic,
altitude.
straight in.
Check altitude. Check.
Full flaps.
Flaps full.
Coming in kind of fast here.
You gotta just cut the throttle, and she'll slow down pretty quick.
Yeah, she's cut all the way, my G.
That's all the way down. Oh, it's at half for me.
We about to see what happens here. It's a faster landing than we want. I got 175 on the speed. That's the slowest she'll go for me.
I've landed at auto throttle on. That's
Throttle.
why.
Minimum.
Yeah, something's going on with the throttle. Big time. See if you can go to reverse on yours. Or beta. Okay, you got control. See, we're going to have to do a go around. Yeah.
Pushed all the way up.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, for whatever reason, it wouldn't. I disconnected the auto throttles, did everything, but that bad boy was still going. All right, you have control-ish.
Yeah, it's I've got the flaps coming up.
Yeah, me too. You just fly now. I'll control. I'm your co-pilot now. I put it up flaps 50.
Then we're gonna just climb to 1,000, level off, and then that's what the fuck happened there.
Yeah, well, I think it was just a complete desync on my controls because I was moving that throttle. I had it all the way into the detent, which doesn't even work on this one because I didn't set that. I was all the way down. I was like, I can't go any further than that.
Shut up, lady.
What'd you say?
And shut up, lady.
Right. Yeah, when we land, I'm going to end the stream and then go check my wife out up to this.
Oh, good.
Request landing.
I think you're good to make that left. There you go. Good pattern altitude. You keep making the left.
Stall.
I'm going down another stage of flaps. There we go. Oh, it's because the flaps were all the way up. That's why.
Stall.
I put him up after I
Oh, okay.
after I took control.
I see.
I've got him blinded.
Stall.
One axis. Just for that.
Okay.
Because I've had it happen before.
All right. Will you let me know when you want your flaps in?
Roger that. Trying to get eyes on. I don't have my head tracking on yet.
Yep, you're good. Keep coming left. Keep coming left.
Stall. Stall. Stall.
Keep coming left. Keep coming.
Stall. Stall.
Keep going. I'll tell you when I have visual of it.
Stall. 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 Stall.
Keep coming.
Stall.
You're right in front of us, right?
Pretty much. Let's
Do me
see.
a favor on my nav radar.
Uh-huh.
Turn my. Ah, I got it. My range down. Yeah, HA's off to our right. I
Gotcha.
see it.
Okay, roger that.
Gonna be a
You ready?
sloppy landing.
Hey, it's okay. Let me know when you're ready for flaps.
Yeah, we're going really slow already. But what are they at? 50?
Well, on mine, they're at nothing. They were all the way up.
Really? I feel like they're down.
Okay, on mine, I'm setting them down. I'm gonna set them to 50 now. Okay, flaps 50.
We're gonna do another turn around because the airfield's right here to my right.
Got you. Yep, you can probably just make right traffic now. We'll do right downwind, right base.
1,000 to go.
Or are you still coming on this runway, this side?
No, we're gonna go to that other
Yeah,
side.
you can just make right traffic. Hey, take traffic, C-130 times 1 entering the pattern on the right downwind for runway 22 will be full stop. We'll call right base, right final. Okay, landing lights are on, taxi lights are on, hydraulic pressure's on, APU is on.
There's something broke. I can feel it wobbling. I'm gonna stay. I'm trimming the shit out of it.
Well, yeah, I think we did wing strike when we landed left wing because we were tilted to the left. But,
I mean, it looks okay,
yeah,
though.
visually it looks good. Okay, got the runway to the right. I'll let you know. Well, you got a better view for the runway to the right, so I'll let you fly that. It's actually good visual for you.
Yeah. Get a
Yep.
little bit more space.
Copy that. And gear's been down the whole time, so we're good there.
I got my nav radar set to about 5 miles, so
Copy that.
I'll be able to kind of get a good turn in here. Start turning now.
And high tide traffic, C-130 times 1 is right base, runway 22 full stop.
Is our airspeed still freaking out for you?
It's at 142 for me. How about you?
It's 130.
Mine says 142.
Base it off ground speed.
At least we're both reporting slower.
Side
You
flip.
said you're at 130?
Yeah, it's dropped down to 120 now.
Okay, you want flap 70?
Side flip.
No,
Side
no.
flip.
Okay, you let me know
Side
when.
flip. Side flip. Left rudder. Side flip.
Yeah, I binded the button for the hush button.
Minimum. Minimum.
You got a visual of the runway?
Yeah, it's right in front of us.
Okay, roger
It's gonna
that.
be a very sloppy landing.
You landed at flaps 50?
Yeah, I don't go full flips.
Okay, roger that. Now this is like a combat landing. Whoa, we're done.
Stall. 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 Too low. Flat. Too low.
Nah, brother,
flat.
look at this skill right here.
Too low,
Yeah,
flap.
Mad Dog style.
Too low, flap. Too low, flap. Too low, flap.
There we go. She's down. Good job. Beautiful, my G. Well done. Well done. Hey, we between the two of us and our desync, we got it down, my G.
I was about to do another one.
Dude, we totally got that thing to work, man. My throttles weren't working. Your speed wasn't working at first. Dude, this is wild. That's awesome.
I looked at it, I was like, man, I know it's right here. Like I see it on my dish map, and looked. I was like, we are way too close for that turn. I was like, oh, close enough, I guess.
Yeah. Boy, I'm definitely going back and watching this one, my G. This was hilarious, but it was fun. So I'm gonna stay in Discord. I'm gonna end the stream, and then, like, you know, tell you the stream is over. Then I'll go check on my wife, and we'll see if we can do any more. Because I've literally been streaming for 4 hours and 35 minutes.
Yeah, no, all good, bro.
Yeah. All right, my G. That was a good one, though. Let me end this stream, dog. All right, you guys. All right. 100%. Appreciate you guys, and that was fun. And all I can say is, man, that's it. I'm just going to end it here. Retired firefighter says, nice, guys. Thanks, Retired. Appreciate you. All right, y'all. From the flight deck, I'm your boy Dre. I'm out of here, man. Thanks for riding, everybody. Nice butter, too. Appreciate it, James. All right, you guys take care. Your boy's out. It was a fun one. You guys take care.